show it. We put close to $3,000 into it today, or not today, but this whole year within hydraulics and other repairs and welds breaking, things like that. So I've got a quote here for with the attachments that we need at a for a John Deere 3032E tractor with the attachments would be $32,912. Okay, so that gives us the brush cutter we need. It gives us a few other implements that kind of help us perform some of our duties. Next thing that we need is a few years ago, we started replacing the side-by-sides. I don't know if y'all have noticed the side-by-sides that we typically have when we're doing downtown work, but we've got one really nice blue one that we just love that we got about 2 years ago, and there's red and green ones that are just kind of barely hold together. One of them has a bed on the back that we actually made out of plywood just because the other one rusted off from carrying chemicals and water and such as a water cart. So that right there from RVT, we've been really happy with the Kawasaki mules. For the SX, a 4x4 is 10,900. With the sales tax, it'll be 11,663, and that is something we would really like to get. We use those a lot for so many things, whether it be just downtown maintenance, as a water cart when we go out downtown and work with crepe myrtles. When you have to get on sidewalks, it's a little bit better. This model of the Mule SX, it's not like how you see some folks have side-by-sides for deer hunting. It's not some sports package. It's as bare bones, narrow as it can be, so it can operate safely on the sidewalks.
Spencer, what was that number again?
The price or the model number of the mule?
The price.
All in 11,663. So sticking with physical plant in the budget, I am going to be asking for a few increases to our general fund items. I'm requesting $9,000 in overtime pay. So that is an increase from previous years, but it is more reflective of what we need between toad suck days, call outs, and then the events that we set up for. Printing and binding, it was reduced last year to 1,000. I'm requesting to get back up to 2,500. We have with printing and binding, that falls more under code enforcement, but between the citations, notices of violations, the other paperwork that we have to have, the stickers to attach things to doors, that's all part of those costs. Our building maintenance fund, at $16,000 in the past has not been enough. As we move into transition into our new building over on 695 Enterprise, I want to make sure that as we move in there, live in there for a while, and we see things that need to be fixed, we'll have some money to fix them. I know that there is a roof issue. We tried to fix it with some silicone. It's almost like a paint-on thing. I'm hoping that we stop some of those roof leaks. I know that we did not stop all of them because we only focused on the office building, but that those repairs are going to be high, and I just want to make sure that we have enough to keep our building dry. You guys have been over there for the past 2.5 months remodeling that building, and it's really looking incredible. They've saved the city thousands by taking on this project themselves. And when we do finish it, I'd love for y'all to come look at it. I think you'll be impressed with the quality of work they've done. So sticking with physical plant and code enforcement, I am going to be asking for a new position for physical plant. Just the demand of our workload has increased. The way it works right now is I have John and Keith that do special projects. They work in a team of two. I've got Dusty and Dylan. They work in a team of two as groundskeepers, and Chris and Dylan, they work in a team of two as groundskeepers. I have a daytime custodian and one custodian that cleans City Hall at night. If anybody has a vacation, an illness, unexpected absence, it rocks the boat because one groundskeeper is not safe out by themselves, so that turns into a group of three. A three-person gets less done. If there's if one of the custodians are out and someone has to cover that, that divides up maybe a special projects group or a grounds group. In the summertime, through this bulk of the watering months, when I have to cover the flower watering on Thursdays and Fridays every week, I'm already down a groundskeeper. So if there's an additional absence on a Thursday or Friday, it spreads us very thin. And I'm asking for a maintenance specialist, one position. The salary to that, I'm sorry, I don't have the rest of the information for the total carrying cost, but it's $36,771. What I would like to do is be able to promote from within and then backfill a groundskeeper position. So that also establishes some hierarchy. We have people that show up every day and work their tails off at groundskeeper pay. Those positions are tough. It's 110 degrees outside. They're mowing, they're weed eating. They've got their backs to traffic on Prince Street as they're weed eating with earmuffs on. It's a dangerous job. And frankly, they could go to one of these commercial crews and make more money. I need to keep them, so I've got to spread this load out. I've got to have at least one more person for now, so that when they have been working all day and at 2 o'clock, I get a phone call that says the urinal's broke at Station 5, we can get over there and get that urinal fixed without really shaking up the end of the day. So it's really just a manpower thing. We do not have enough people to perform the duties to the level that we would like to perform them, and also do repairs in a timely manner. I don't think that anybody really complains anymore about how long it takes for us to respond to maintenance requests, but it's only because of the dedication of the employees. They're spread thin. John Bach sometimes will go over to district court and hang a picture at 2:45 when he should have gone home at 2:30. And it's just because when he does that at 2:45, it makes 6 a.m. even better for him when he's got to go clean a building because on is out. It's really a lot of moving pieces. I'm going to shift into animal services, but I'm going to stay talking about additional personnel. So as many of you may know, earlier this year, we had one of our kennel techs get mauled by a dog, vicious dog out there. She was okay. She's tough. The video is fairly gruesome. There's kind of a curtain that blocks the roughest part of the action, but she stayed calm and she was able to get away from the animal. She was working by herself. We have 7 days a week you have to cover the kennels. Those dogs and cats can't go, 2 days without being fed or taken out and go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. We don't have enough people to bridge that gap. And we also, the way it has to stagger, it creates days where some kennel techs work alone. And I don't feel like that's safe. The kennel tech position that I seek to create would actually be a kennel tech 2. It falls along the same pay scale as like a custodian 2. It just sets a little bit of a hierarchy so that the kennel techs have a person to go to and they're not all when you have positions that are all kind of equal, it's kind of hard for somebody to want to take charge or to be bossy or to be this or whatever. We find it better to have a go-to person to make sure that all those tasks get done. That is such a critical role within the shelter for many reasons. I mean, just the overall safety and the health of the animals, the care of the facilities. When somebody walks in and it smells in there because the kennel tech has been working by herself for 3 hours and can't quite get everything clean, it reflects poorly on the shelter and therefore reflects poorly on the city. And it's not really anybody's fault. You could have some situation where, overnight there was stomach aches or some animal was brought in sick, and that caused, unexpected cleanup in the morning. And it just takes a long time to properly disinfect. You have to, you can't just mop with Pine Sol and be done with it. There's certain steps you've got to take to keep contagions from breaking out. It's really could be very deadly dangerous if these things aren't taken care of correctly. That also makes it to where, the fans don't get dusted like they need to, or the kennels don't get wiped down, or the bathrooms may lose attention. There's things like that. When attention's divided, the animals get first attention, as it should be. This additional kennel tech position would bridge a gap when we have people working alone and create a safer situation for everyone. And in the past, before we were so focused on live outcomes, when it was just a standard municipal shelter, when you need space, you make space, it was easier to do with 2 kennel techs. You have kennels getting full, well, y'all go empty out 10 or 12 of them. You got less dogs, less cats to take care of. That's not how we do it anymore. And by virtue of that, not only have we received grant money, and there's been some wonderful things that have come with these efforts, but it's also created additional strain on the staff that we do have, because they have a third or more animals that they do have to take care of. And we feel it's important to take care of them correctly and give them the best shot of having a live outcome. If they're able to get to a family, we shoot to do that. The next position I'm going to ask for at Animal Services is, I've got this title as an adoption coordinator. It's actually falls the same pay as our current CSR position, our customer service rep, which is kind of our version. We don't really have an admin out there, but they work the front desk. So with an adoption coordinator, this position, we would cross-train them to help in kennels when necessary, work the front desk when necessary. When we have, a year ago, we had like 2 foster families. Now we have around 200. We've really grown that. And when you have dogs that go to that or cats that go to that, they get pulled off of our adoption event trailer. They don't get they don't get seen as much as some of the other animals. So we've been working very hard on our social media to kind of promote this and to push these and keep those dogs in the public eye. We need somebody to help coordinate those between the foster families and potential adopters. We need someone that can also go work the adoption events. Our increase in adoption events has been hugely successful, but it has been with David Mitchell working 50 hours a week, most weeks when we have any adoption event. You've got to load the animals up, hook up the trailer, go out there, perform whatever kind of adoption event it is. Sometimes it's a dog wash. Sometimes you just sit there and hope people come up and pet them. But whatever it is, it takes time, and it takes staff to do that. But that's also been successful for our community outreach goals. I think that it has been one of our main focuses is to change away from the animal welfare, dog catcher, people, you'd hear them say, well, I don't want to take them to the pound. I don't want them to get killed. That's not the case anymore. And we're trying to promote that message out. And part of that message being spread is through these adoption events within the community. And they've proven just, I think, wildly successful. So not every adoption event, you empty the trailer out, but there's always people that drift back in. You make connection with the city. Short of PD and maybe a couple of parks employees, umpires and such, if an average citizen, not a criminal, just an average Joe, interacts with a city employee, chances are it's going to be animal services, code enforcement, these types of things. When it's more than just a bump into them at Arby's, you have an interaction where they're doing their job and they're interacting with the citizen. And this is a way to just build that positive view. And I quite like that. But the adoption coordinator could also spend a little bit more time, pull some time away from David, who's currently running our social media, which he does a great job of it. But as anybody knows, if you have to do social media for a campaign, for anything, that can almost be a full-time job. That's a very difficult thing when it's divided with other tasks. So at Animal Services this year, a couple of projects we would like to do is some synthetic pet turf in our play yard. Right now, when it's raining, all weather, rain, snow, sleet, hail, you got to take those dogs out and let them use the bathroom. Frankly, it's kind of a terrible part of a day when you've got to take 36 dogs out to use the bathroom and it's raining on you, okay? So what we would like to do is this is all part of a project. I've got two things to share with you here, but the synthetic turf, that right there includes some SB2 work, some French drains, that type of thing to run water off so that they're not standing in rain. That's going to be a huge, huge step forward for the shelter. The install right now, we've got it priced for about 1,500 square feet. We do need more than that, but we feel like this is a good start so that we don't buy in too big on something and then it not meet our needs. We feel confident that it will. There's other shelters that do this all over the nation with great success, but that price for that is $24,140. And that can cover out of our back door into our play yard and cover most of our play yard.
And that's installed?
It's installed.
24.
Yes, sir. To go with this, we've priced out at Jmar Carports 36 by 30 A-frame carport. So the price on this is $7,290.08. That's installed on site, but that's a 30 by 36. That gives us quite a big area that we can walk these animals to go to the bathroom. Also, when you have a dog out in the rain, you bring them in, the whole place smells like wet dog, and you got 36 of them, smells like 36 wet dogs. And something like this would really improve that for everybody. So we would really like to get that play yard outfitted with these two items. So the third thing for animal is a Rock City wraps we have had priced to wrap the adoption trailer. So I know the other day we were in here and we have applied for that Rachel Ray grant, and that's for $60,000 that would go to an adoption trailer. We can't bank on that, so we kind of got a plan to not get it. Right now, our current adoption trailer, it needs some love. It's 15 years old. The plexiglass on it is kind of fogged up to where you can't hardly see the dogs. There's no lights in there. So there's a few things that we can do ourselves that the physical plant can step in and outfit and make it look good. The things we can't do would be to wrap it. It's, how you see old food trucks or something where it's been sun beat for a long time and everything's faded and you can't read anything on it. That's kind of how our adoption trailer is. It needs a full wrap. That price on the full wrap, this is designed, installed, whole 9 yards, is $5,905 to wrap our trailer. So right now our air conditioner works good in that thing. All the plumbing is still good. So fingers crossed it can last us throughout the rest of this year. We get this wrap and we don't get that grant money for the next one. It could last several years. And it's a little undersized for what I think we actually need, but it'll take care of us for a while if we can get it wrapped and make it look good. It's kind of the face of the department. When you're out there, you got something that looks like some strange wagon. It's not really like very exciting to adopt a dog from it, but if it was bright, colorful, had logos on it, had city seals somewhere on it, things like that, so that it was associated with us, it would be fantastic. So the staffing at Animal Services, I think, is critical. We've lost 3 employees to the Faulkner County Shelter in the past year. At the end of last year, we lost 2 office staff and we lost an officer. Currently, our officers, our our animal services officers have to work call-outs. When there's a dog bite, 2 a.m., there's somebody gets arrested and they got their chihuahua with them, somebody's got to take care of that animal. That's when we get called out. And it's not like we get called out a couple times a month. We get called out. If you're on call out, you're going to get called out 4 or 5 times a week. I mean, and that is also whenever the call comes in from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. and you're expected to cover your shift. That's tough. They do have call-out pay. That is something we started for them this year. I would like to increase the call-out pay to $450 a week because that gets it in line with street department's call-out pay. That way there's one call-out pay for the city. I think they deserve it. When you got to go look at a kid that's been bit in the face, make a report, takes 3 hours of sitting in the hospital, and then you still got to show up the next day and work from 8 to 4:30, I think you deserve to be compensated for that. Our code officers and our animal services officers are underpaid throughout the city. We're below the low range of comparable cities, and code officers right now make $39,000. Information that's available online says that the low end of the state average for a code enforcement officer is $43,000. That's $4,000 difference. I'd like to see them bumped up to at least get to the low end of the state average. Same with animal services officers. They make that same 39, and I would like to get them to at least the low end of the range for comparable cities. Our senior code officer makes 39, or excuse me, makes 42 and some change. That comparable salary to cities that have, to smaller cities, a senior code enforcement officer will make $48,000, and I'd like to see her get to that. She's done a fine job with A&P collections. As we've worked on that, we have really kind of changed the way that's done. Andy, you can speak to that, I'm sure. And there's so much work that goes into that upper level of code enforcement. Trial prep with Mr. Finkenbinder's crew, showing up to trials as we have meetings with citizens, that type of thing. This is an important and critical role. And she does a fantastic job. And she just happens to also just be underpaid for the city average. My admin assistant, okay, this is something that I think a lot of my colleagues will kind of share in this sentiment. I don't know if they'll say it today, but it's true. You have admins, and they all do different things. They really do. An admin at one place doesn't do the same thing as an admin in another place. You have people that were hired in as admin 2. Well, that's the top of it. There's no admin 3. There's nowhere to go. You can get the color raises have been fantastic. But if you have someone that's been here 12 years and they hired at an admin 2, there's nothing, if they're going to stay as admin, there's nothing above that. It would be nice to have something that they could look forward to career-wise. Just, for example, Lily in my place. We've taken on, she came over when it was already code enforcement and physical plant. Well, that's 2 very different things. There's a lot of trial prep that she helps with, documents, answering the phone, and setting meetings. There's all just sorts of stuff, and that's kind of maybe what you'd consider run-of-the-mill. Physical plant, she takes care of all of our inventory. Every bit of toilet paper, every bit of hand soap, everything that gets ordered in the city, she not only orders it, sources it, she checks prices regularly to make sure that the city is paying the lowest possible for the best quality products. You know, there might be cheaper toilet paper you can buy somewhere, but we'd rather pay a little bit more for that and a little less for hand soap. So it's important that we check on that, okay? And she does that regularly. She's got spreadsheets galore. It's a very, very difficult job to do. There's no change when we took over animal services. She's dispatching animal calls. She is ordering drugs from medical supply places. There's just a different set of things that she does. And I know that it's different than an admin at another department or another admin somewhere else. And the duties vary, but the job title and the pay is the same. I would like to see some type of adjustment for that role because they are critical. Anybody here can tell you that without their admins, they couldn't get anything done. And that's my 2 cents on that. Our folks work hard. They don't complain. They come in every day. I got 21 employees that always have a smile on their face, and they get tasked to do some of the sorriest work you could ask for. You might be in a ditch digging through a culvert to try to clear a tire out that's gotten shoved up under there. It might be cleaning up a code enforcement cleanup that's going to be, I mean, we've emptying buckets of feces. We've done it. There's just, no telling what you're going to get into, and they always do it with a smile. They don't complain. I'd like to see everybody get some raises this year. I'd like to see everybody taken care of. My compensation for what I do is not really even existent on it. You can't find a scale where somebody gets paid to do code enforcement, physical plant, and animal services for a city. It's hard to find. We're the only ones that do it. We try to do a good job of it, and I think that we're really becoming a leader in the state in code enforcement and animal services, and I'm proud to do that. Would like to talk about maybe increasing my pay as well. So, if anybody's got any questions, I'd love to hear them.
I like the no-kill shelter situation that we have right now. Spencer, thank you for getting that done and getting that in place. That sets us apart from
Yes.
around the state of Arkansas. Thank you for doing
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. We're not the only no-kill shelter, but we are the only one that has the numbers that we have, not only on intake, but also live outcomes. Our live outcomes are about 98%. If you've got an animal that comes in our shelter, it's a 98% chance it's going to walk out with the family. In fact, we've not had to euthanize for space all year. We have built our foster programs to unbelievable levels. The adoption events help. With these play yards, we're getting out. We're able to dedicate time to reducing kennel frustration with these animals so that when a family comes in, they're not just wild and jumping and acting crazy. Sometimes they're wore out because they've been chasing balls all morning. Things like that help. They really do. And we have started intake diversion, which has been wonderful for kind of more of a steady drip of inflow into the shelter. That's allowed us to help people find homes for their animals before it even walks in our door. When you're talking about $37 a day per animal to maintain is the city's cost, but we've reduced that number. It's staggering the amount of work that we've put into finding things that make sense to create the outcomes that we're all happy with. And it's actually working, and thank God for the staff for that.
You said you increased from 20 families that would help you with your dogs and cats to 200?
So our fosters, in 23, we had like 2 foster families. Right now we have closer to 200.
That's impressive.
So yes, and that takes a lot of coordination. It's been fantastic. It allows, when we're full, somebody will say, hey, I can take one. They'll come take it. There's a process for that. They've got to share photos. They've got to try to keep it on social media and keep it active in our adoption events if possible, based on schedule. But a lot of them do what you call foster fail. They'll get it for a while and they decide to keep it. That causes a rotation of, maybe they're not able to foster anymore, but at least they found a home for that one animal, and that's a win. And we keep building our foster. We started what we call a foster kit. We took some money last year and bought several different size cages, 20 cages that were large and extra large. We got bowls, collars, leashes, bag of food. If you wanted to become a foster, we removed every barrier. So you could use this, have this. We'd provide you the food for free, and we would help advertise to get the animal adopted. Then when the animal was adopted, you bring us our cages and stuff back. So it was just a way that somebody that didn't have the costs, the funds to start that, we just give it to them and then give them an animal, and it would all work out. And that has really, really helped us, the foster kids. It's been quite remarkable.
Capacity up.
So when we have animals in quarantine, that kind of cuts out cuts down some of our space. But we have 40 places for dogs, and we have about 15 cages for cats. So a typical day, you'll go up there, especially when it's like kitten or puppy season, and we will have a kind of, not really makeshift, but you take a kennel and you can kind of unfold it, okay? And we'll have a corral for some puppies, And when we have neonates come in, when you have cats that can't even open their eyes, that've been abandoned, or somebody just brought them up and dumped them off, things like that happen, and puppies are the same, we have to syringe feed them until we can find a foster that will take that. And it takes a special kind of person that'll take 8 kittens they got to feed with a syringe. So our capacity can kind of fluctuate. That's what is inside of our main kennel.
Idea on how many you go through a year? How many come?
I would have to look. We've got some pretty good. We've got some. They keep really good data up there. I would say right now we've had 400 that have come through that all found homes. So the only, in fact, the only animals we've had to euthanize were vicious dog attacks, okay, and injuries. When the officers get a call out at night, somebody might call and say, hey, there's a cat run over in the road and he's out there just screaming and carrying on, come get it. And then there's nothing that we can do for it. The humane thing is to euthanize it when it's been mostly crushed. Those are the only euthanasias that we've had. Our numbers are, I can show you some data that goes back 2008 where, we started this, the cat, we got the grant for that. And that's, even though we're kind of just the beginnings of that, that's been hugely successful, the TNR program. So I'll say this, and these are some numbers. It hurts my soul to even say this out loud. From 2008 to 2022, we euthanized close to 8,700 cats. Okay, so this year, 2. Just we can make a difference when we try. And those, like I said, I have fortunately did not work there at that time. I don't know if that would have set well with me. It would have been really hard to take care of these animals, hoping one of them gets adopted, and then, we got too many. Y'all pick out 10 and do something with them. So now that has helped the mood around there. It's helped just kind of the overall spirit of the place, and that's been contagious, and it's really helping. It's really helping it. So.
I would like to say one other thing. I know that you've had a Boy Scout that did his Eagle project out at your facility and helped to put in fencing so the animals could get outside. And I wanted to recognize Boy Scout Troop 534.
Yes, absolutely. That created our what we call our main play yard, and that's where this AstroTurf and the covered 36 by 30 metal building's going to go, and that has been fantastic. So when we have that play yard, we can have 8, 9, 10 animals at a time out there playing. When they get along, we do assessments and make sure that they're not going to fight. And if there's one that has a problem, we try to work with it. But they can rotate these play groups, and that really helps with the mental health of the animals in our care. But yes, the Boy Scouts were awesome with that. That was fantastic.
Any more questions, Mr. Clausen? Good job, Spencer. You and your department, all of them do a great job. Go enjoy your trip, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me go first so I can catch this fly.
Yeah. Take care.
Yep.
Next up, we have Jacob Riley, Director for Airports.
Mayor, if I might make a comment
Yes, sir.
before any other department heads come up. That was 30-something minutes, and that puts us at about, I don't mean to talk bad about you, Spence, but
I gave him some of my time.
we might possibly need to have another day to finish out in case we get to our stopping time, if that is okay.
I'm good. Go ahead, Jake.
You guys will love me. I gave him a couple of my minutes because he was on a roll there. So I'm pretty easy. So with the FAA, I've got to give a 6-year plan in advance for all my projects. With that, we are starting the extension. Just got finalized. We're going to start that extension on the runway in the middle of October. That'll be about 3 to 4 months, depending on weather. I don't have any projects for the next 2 years. We've got to stack up some FAA funds, federal and state funds. So I don't have any big projects coming up. My trucks, I was able to steal 2 trucks from sanitation. They were nice enough to trade me 2 vehicles. Our fleet's in pretty good shape. We don't drive much. We have a courtesy vehicle for pilots that they go grab lunch while their passengers are in town at meetings and such. So they may go to Wendy's or something, Stobies, whatever, and grab some food and come right back. So our vehicles are not abused much. They're in good shape. After 2 years of banking funds, we will build 2 new sets of T hangars. So those are my next big outliers there. My facilities are in pretty good shape. I'm probably going to add about $2,500 to the building. We've got some leaks and stuff like that as well. Nothing too severe, but I need to fix up some trim work on the side in the middle of the FBO. But nothing too crazy. We are anticipating a little bit higher fuel purchases for next year. The fuel costs for me are down, which is great. That helps quite a bit. I don't know what that'll look like next year, so it's hard to budget for fuel. I imagine that it stays around what we did for last year, so I'm not expecting a big increase there. We've had a bunch of hangar doors this year. You know, they're 11 years old now from when they were put in, so we've had 5 go down. We've had to replace 5 hangar door motors and stuff like that. Those are pretty expensive, pretty costly. So I'm going to have to add some more funds in there for those. I imagine a couple will go bad next year. The ones that are used quite a bit tend to go bad. So I guess they got about a 10-year lifespan on them. Let me see. My personnel, I've got my Tim Huey's he's been with us a long time. He's gonna retire next year. I plan on hiring in for that position with the current member that we already have, and then backfill his line tech position. I'm not trying to add any new. I'll have to fill his position as a line tech, but I'm not adding in any more line techs. We're in pretty good shape. You guys gave me another position 2 years ago, I think. That's been working really well, so I don't need to add any positions or anything like that. To caveat what Spencer said, I'm asking these people to come out, same thing, to tow out aircraft super early in the morning and then work a 10-hour shift. They're pulling out $1 million of planes a day. They're fueling $1 million worth of fuel each year with 0 complaints. They're all phenomenal employees. We get the most compliments about our facility, number one, and then about our line tech staff. So I'm fully aware that those are the first group of people that businessmen and women come into our city. They see our line techs. Whether it's putting chalks down, putting a rug down for them, pulling cars around, you name it. We've got a great facility out there with a great staff, and I think they should be compensated a little bit more for what they do. We've got a couple studies around at different airports. I think Pine Bluff started it, and I can send you that data as well for what airport staff around. Us and Pine Bluff are about the only city-run airports around. Most of them are privately owned now. So I kind of lean towards them a little bit to see what they're doing, and they do with me as well. So there's a couple more out there, but the bigger size airports are pretty much all privately owned. So I'm not going to add any employees or anything like that. But just to caveat what Spencer said without talking for 45 minutes. I don't know if he's still in here or not, but man, we're in really good shape. I'm not adding anything crazy. To help with those costs of an employee raise, I'm going to raise the hangar rent. We're extremely low for our area and what we have. We're a full staffed airport. Morrilton's at 300, so I'm projecting we go up to about 325 for our hangars. We're at 225 now. We make all of our money off fuel, right? And we do very well in jets. So my main focus is on that, and general aviation is kind of, we do a lot more off jet than anything. So our focus has been on jet, but if other airports around us, we need to compete with those a little bit. We still have a 70-person wait list for hangars out there, and we're not building until 2 more years. We still owe about $600,000 for the F hangar that we have out there. So putting 2 new sets of T hangars in 2 years, I mean, they're very expensive, and it costs quite a bit to get that money back out of those. So this will help with employee salary and some of that loan as well. So we do love our health insurance that they have right now. It's been great for all of our employees. They love it. So I thank you guys for that. Felicia, thank you for putting all this together and helping me with this. I did want to say that. She does the majority of it. We just send her a bunch of bullet points and she puts all this stuff together. So thank you. Other than that, I don't want to waste any more of your time, and I appreciate you guys. If you have any questions, I'd love to hear.
Does this include any increase in rental space, larger planes for the jets?
So I'm out of space.
You just talked about that. I mean, do we have a set price for that? And
That's already, yes, sir. Those are in a lease.
contractually
Yes,
set?
sir. Yeah, those are in a 40-year lease. Those are already signed. I can't change. Those are
Okay.
been signed.
that-
Yes, sir.
you've
Those
answered-
yes, sir. Yeah,
you
those are
answered my
signed.
question.
at a certain percentage each year based off the square footage that they have. So the hangar and the parking space for whatever those corporate hangars are, that's what they pay per year. That's a one-time deal for them.
And how many of those would be going up to $300? How many of the?
The smaller ones, 70, we have 72 hangars out there.
So 72.
Not all of them. We have one hangar that's an open hangar. So it's not enclosed. It's just got a cover over it pretty much. So those are cheaper than the other ones. So, we've got probably around 60. Can we start now?
I was trying to avoid you, man. I hope you get finished. Sorry, people, I'm late, man. Some people just gotta have something to say though.
That's right.
Me and you both.
So around 60 hangars.
So, dude.
60?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
Any more?
Just wanted to say thank you for the long-term view here. This five-year view out is really helpful. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. And I have to change that every year, so it'll get updated, but I'll send those out to you as well. And I run those by the airport committee. Hopefully, when I know I've talked about this for 3 years here, going up to the national airport, but I think UCA will really help. We're missing one thing, and that'll go make our FAA funds quite a bit more once we meet that level. So I'm going to pull it at the end of the year, and hopefully we'll meet that level there. So
Thank you, Jake.
yeah, thank you guys. Have a great day.
Start it all over, miss.
Yeah, so I need, thank you.
Next up, we have Cecil Corning, Director of Permits and Inspections. Cecil, I figured you'd been in Colorado by now.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I wish I was in Colorado, but it'll be next month. I'd like to start with the permits inspection third quarter report. Have that in front of you. Third quarter is up some. We're not quite to the end of the third quarter. The report was done roughly 10 days short. It was prepared for this meeting specifically. We're one house short of the first quarter, but we're, it looks like 7 houses.
Can you bring the mic down, Cecil, and speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
We're roughly up single-family dwellings for the quarter. The accessories are up. The additions are down. Remodels are up. There's been a lot of remodels, additions, accessories added this year. It seems like more than ever. A lot of homes were destroyed by the trees. We had a lot of tree damage and a lot being rebuilt or additions to the house added. That's been a lot of that. Commercial is down, but the remodel and the additions are up, which is a plus. The mechanical, electrical, plumbing, it's all reflective because we're short on the month. They will be about the same. The permits issued do not reflect the end of the month. It's 7/1/25 through 9/18. The mobile vendor is now, you're able to apply online, mobile vendor, and that's a big plus for the, probably the applicants and the staff. We work with the fire department and Conway Corp on rules and regulations and also the state. The health department is a big blind factor with the food vendors. Do I have any questions on the quarterly report before I move to the budget? I will first start with the 2025 approved budget. We seem to be in fine place, the exception of one computer equipment for the department. IT came and did some major work for our computers. But there's areas in the office supplies that will cover that. We seem to be fine as far as our vehicle maintenance. And our other supplies, we seem to be very good shape. With the 1 quarter left, we've used a little more than 50% of our funds in the vehicle maintenance. The fuel, we've used less than half of the fuel, and that has to do partly with the economical vehicles that we have now. We've added 2 years ago, we added very highly fuel-efficient automobiles. You know, they're 4-cylinder, they get us to where we want to go, and I'd like to say thank you, we really like those. So we're in good shape as far as our 2025 budget. Now, our 26 budget, we have 2 inspectors that are retiring. We'll look to replace those, but that's a replace for people that are leaving. There's no new hires. There's a small increase in our wear attire uniforms. It's went up some. Our travel expenses, as of late this month and early October, we're going to be attending core classes. That's the Code Officials of Arkansas. That's the expense will be there. We're able to attend all week for everything that we're needing to be certified for. That's electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and so, well, plumbing, we went to a special meeting on plumbing. But building, structures, building, construction, I should say. That's all, everyone is there at the core class all week long. That's been very beneficial for us to, instead of having a plumbing meeting, electrical meeting, and the mechanical at 3 different times of the year, for 1 week, we can go to and cover all of it. We've attended core for, it'll be our 3rd year attending core, and that's a big addition. It's been very substantial for our department. Now, as far as people retiring, I've also have a position of permits coordinator in our department. That's someone that's been with us 16 years and working for the city. She got a new title last year as a coordinator. I'm sure most of you know her, Missy Srag. I would like to have an increase in pay of what she's making. As of right now, she's at $48,000. I'm looking to increase that up to $55,000. If it were possible, I'd also like an increase in the inspectors, but inspectors, I would say that they're all happy with where they're at. But the end of the year, a COLA would be very nice. If I've not covered everything that I was supposed to, please ask me information on anything in the department. But I'm really not sure as to what I have and what information is what I have and what you have.
Got a sheet.
There's so many sheets of whether you got the same ones I do or not. Yes.
That was very helpful, because it kind of gives it.
Any questions of Mr. Corning? Thank you, Cecil.
Thanks, Cecil.
Oh, great. Thanks, guys.
All right. Next, we have Ann Tucker. Planning and Development. How's that grandbaby doing, Ann?
Is over 6 pounds now. We're just so excited. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning.
So for planning and development, biggest thing on my line items is for computer maintenance. This is the most expensive thing that I have. We pay the entire Tyler Technologies EPL yearly subscription that comes out of my budget. Permits, IT, transportation, fire, they all pay their own permitting fees, but for the software itself, planning pays for the full subscription. The GIS management system is also included in, I'm thinking it's probably going to be about 200,000 for 2026. That's up a little bit from this year, but we've added a few features into the EPL. One of those things is called Decision Engine, and it helps the people that are just the regular people, it helps developers too, but just your regular Joe that's trying to apply for something on our portal. It asks a series of questions, and it moves them along in the process. It's making it much, much easier. We have Adobe, Bluebeam, InDesign, all the things that we use every single day that we also pay for. Travel, the budget was cut in half for 2025, which was fine. I don't think we needed quite the number that we had. But we do try to send 2 to 3 people to the National Planning Conference every year. And we prefer that the entire staff go to the bi-state conference, which is fairly local. We just learn trends, nationwide trends, things that are going on in other places, and and this year we haven't used 80% of our budget. We haven't been anywhere. So the conferences and education that pays for the registration fees for any conferences that we attend, as well as the APA dues for the entire staff. We have 3 planners eligible to take a certification, the AICP certification exam in 2026, which is around $800 a person. And that is for the educational materials and the sitting fees. So as you all know, we have an ongoing project to rewrite the zoning code. We have been working diligently on that. We're updating the codes, the design standards for commercial buildings and subdivisions, sign code. In this first phase, we've rewritten the design standards for the commercial development, and we did hire a consultant to help with some of that. The next portion of what we will do will be to just clean up and clarify some of the language that we currently have. There's so many contradictions in that too. So we'll be taking those contradictions out, dumbing it down, if you will, to make it a little more user-friendly for the public. I think that part the staff can absolutely do on their own. When we get to the subdivision regulations, I would like to have a little pot of money there for some consultant fees, if that's possible. I don't expect that we will get to the sign codes. If we do, it's going to be late 26 or early 27. So that was a hot button issue when a previous planner or director tried to do it, and so we're going to be very careful how we navigate that. The staff changes, I have 2 staff that have both the education and the experience to promote. One would be from planner 1 to planner 2. The other would be from a long-range planner to senior planner, but other than that, I don't expect to hire any more personnel. We have a very good team, and I don't want to mess with that. But while we're visiting that subject, I'd also like to interject some information regarding median salaries in the state of Arkansas. The entry level of a planning specialist in the state on average is $74,869. And these are just quick numbers that I looked up. This is assuming some education but very little experience. Our entry-level salary is around $20,000 less than that. And you don't reach the median entry-level salary until you're in my position. Even a senior planner with education and a great deal of experience checks in at around 65 to 70,000. And don't get me wrong, we love Conway. We love working for Conway. We feel like this is the best city in the world, and everybody comes to work every single morning eager to do their job. I can't brag on my team enough. I would put them up against any planning staff anywhere really in the nation. And you give them a zoning code and a project, they'll get it done. They'll find a way to get it done. So we have, like I said, a really cohesive staff. We all get along, and day in and day out, we are discussing, roundtabling, troubleshooting problems that people, and they're different every single day. Trust me. I thought I would slide, get some good experience and have this pretty down by now, but we're presented with a new thing every single day. Even people that have been doing this for a really long time, we scratch our heads and we start talking to each other and get a lot of different perspectives. We try to stay current. I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. So we're troubleshooting and always bearing in mind that our decisions will impact our city for many, many years to come. That can be a heavy weight at times, especially when developers are trying to get a maximum amount of return on their investments. To say they want to cut corners is kind of an understatement, but we try to hold their feet to the fire. So staying current on trends, new materials, affordable housing, and cost effectiveness keeps us on our toes, but it's work that's challenging and enjoyable. I don't think many people can say that they find joy in the work environment, but you can see it in their eyes every single day when they're here. We have a good time. We have a great staff. I just can't brag on them enough. But additionally, the GIS manager average salary in Arkansas is $75,000. Ours is about $10,000 under that. And especially for first responders, the importance of keeping those maps up to date and correct is extremely important. It's immeasurable. In a city our size, those salaries should be on the upper end of the spectrum, in my view. We very much appreciate the nice benefit package. We have great insurance. We have retirement stuff. But in these economic times, bringing money into your household is what people are focused on. So the remainder of our planning budget is comprised of advertising, legal notice, vehicle maintenance, gas, telephone, and office supply postage, and all of that together totals around $8,800. It's not a big number. We don't have to have a whole lot of stuff. Everything that we do is on our computers. We don't have paper. None of that. So also the tree board falls under our jurisdiction, but that's fully funded through donations. And the big things that they do are the Arbor Day celebration, the tree giveaway, and that kind of stuff. But like I said, that's fully funded through donations. So do you have any questions for me?
I got one.
Yes, sir.
How old is this old code that we updated?
About 20 years. Yes, sir. Things have changed. It's time.
And I was going to say, speaking from experience and serving on the committee that's going through all this, number one, the consultant was great to keep everything moving forward and doing all that detail work. I mean, we had comparisons. This was the old code, here's the new code. We talked about it. Now it's streamlined. I think it makes a lot more sense. It's not contradicting itself within the codes and other codes. I meant to thank you, Mayor, for putting me on that committee publicly. No,
Been
but there's still a lot of
invaluable.
work. But there's still a lot of work to do.
Yes, there is. The only thing that we have actually changed at this point in time are what we call the Article 10 design standards for commercial development. We still have the subdivision regs to go through. like I said, the sign code and the rest of the zoning code, which is a massive undertaking.
And I
But
think that we're going to be presenting, you're going to be
Yes.
presenting to the full council for.
yes,
approval, each
we,
step. Yeah.
before you're ever going to vote on it, in fact, Tuesday night, we're going to do a little presentation of what that's going to look like. Ray, did you have a question?
I do, thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm like 300 feet tall in front of you. You mentioned at the beginning something about computer maintenance and subscription increasing to 200,000. You said,
Yes,
is that the line that was at 155 this year?
I think it was 157. And I overshot it a little bit. It's probably not going to be 200,000 and probably end up being more in the 180 range.
It looks, on here, it looks like it's
And did you
170.
mention that there were other things included in that as well? Because I was trying to keep up, and you mentioned a lot of acronyms I didn't follow. Is that line item just that software? Or is that a series of software?
No, it's a series of software. It includes the GIS software that Matt uses to keep all the maps up to date. It includes our Bluebeam, our InDesign, our Adobe, all the things that we use to do our jobs. But the overall, the subscription that permits that we use, that code enforcement uses, we pay that entire subscription. They only pay their licensing fees.
Understood. So we're looking at a pretty substantial increase in that line item to support that software and the others. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I feel like it'll be like probably in the neighborhood of 30,000. We've got a meeting Monday with the rep to firm up numbers for 26. So I overshot it in my packet a little bit, but
Good.
Any other questions, Ms. Tucker? Thank you, and I do get a kick out of walking by y'all's office in the morning. You have a great team, and y'all's rapport is
we
great.
do. We're very cohesive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Well, next up, we got Butch and Sundance. Come on, guys.
Mr. Eclipse?
Well, you've got your partner in crime with you there.
I'll let him come up here in a minute. I want to, well, good morning, council.
For those of you watching at home, this is the street department directors. This is Kurt Jones and Jacob Reynolds, who represent Conway Transportation Department.
And real quick, I want to go over some of our projects that we've got going on and currently in 2025 and then anticipated in 26. The big project that's been taking a while is the Salem Road Bridge, which
No,
we-
say it ain't so.
But we do anticipate that the trail and, we opened up the bridge here several weeks ago, and we anticipate the trail will be reopened, Kinley Trail, in October. We're working on Nutter's Chapel, which that project is proceeding well as well. We've pretty much wrapped up our 2025 overlays. I think we're finishing up the Prince Street, and I think, Jacob, that should wrap up the overlays for 25. And then following that, we'll finish up the striping that we've got scheduled as well. A lot of that's in conjunction with the overlays. I would like to point out, I think we're doing a great job, and maybe hadn't always in the past, but of coordinating with Conway Corporation on some of these overlays. And we've been having regular meetings with them and project updates and so forth, and making sure that we're not going out and overlaying a street that they're going to have to come back and cut up. And so that's some of the reason that some of these streets have gotten, and continue to get pushed back a little bit, on the overlay schedule, even though they're in desperate need of an overlay. We're waiting on Conway Corporation to get in and do what they need to do so that we don't run into a situation where we're going to have to go and cut up a new street. Next year, did you all have a copy of this? What I submitted? Okay, good. I'm not gonna go through all these item by item, but I would like to point out that we've got several huge RDOT projects that we're on the hook for several millions of dollars. That the timing on those projects, and we of course obviously have no control over them, but they keep kind of a lot of these, the ones listed here, are actually all scheduled to let in '26. Now, will they let in '26? Probably some of them will not. I mean, some of these have been scheduled to let as early as '24, '23 even, and they keep getting pushed back. But the key point is when these projects do let, we're expected to write a check to RDOT at that point. We don't pay it out as the project constructs. We pay it out on the front end, what our commitment is. So we've got a lot of money, sitting in accounts right now that is actually, it's committed to some of these projects. And that's one of the reasons we have a huge sum of money in some of these accounts, because we don't know when these are going to break loose. They could break loose next year. They could get delayed another year. Yes, sir.
Before we move off that topic,
Mhm.
on your sheet here where you list, like, for example, the first one after Robbins and Harkrider, 6.5 million, is that the total cost or is that the city's cost?
That is the city's
Okay,
cost.
all right, thank you.
Yes, sir. That's the intersection where Robbins tees into Harkrider. It involves, and a lot of that cost is related to UP. I don't want to get too far into that.
You answered my question, thank you.
I'll just get mad. But
We've seen the trucks.
But that intersection is in dire need of some improvement. And the plan there is, the state is coming in, and of course, they did all the design on the project. And they're elevating Harkrider to kind of more closely match the elevation of the railroad at that point. And it should, greatly enhance that intersection. And we're looking forward to getting that done because trucks do well, you can see the marks on the pavement.
And I'll briefly touch on what Kurt, and I stepped outside, so if you've already hit on this, let me know. UP is adding a annual cost to the city going forward for us maintaining that crossing there. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, and that's a good point. And I hadn't brought that up yet, Mayor, but they are, anytime moving forward that we have to interact with them, any project that requires any modification to a crossing, they're going to hit us with a maintenance fee, an annual maintenance fee. We don't know the actual number on this yet. I'm still trying to get that from them, but I've been told it's going to be around $30,000 a year for this particular intersection. That is going to, it's going to seriously impact, and something we're going to have to take into consideration moving forward anytime we want to try to improve any kind of intersection or any kind of crossing on UP's system throughout the city.
So Kurt, that involves federal legislation, right? Is that what giving them the authority
Yes.
to do this? So if we want any relief, that's who we would have to appeal to.
That's correct.
And one other quick question. If we're raising Harkrider, do we have to raise Robbins?
So Robbins will raise, obviously the section between the railroad, between UP and Harkrider will raise. There shouldn't be a significant, there won't be any change there, I don't think, on the west side of UP. Real quick, and I'm just going to go through some of these numbers. But generally we've been this year we spent about 2 million overlays. We've got about 360 miles of street. I believe that's right. 360 miles of street in town. And I've probably thrown this number out before, but we did some quick math one time. If you overlaid every street every 20 years, which generally the 20-year lifespan is what's considered typical for an overlay, we would need to spend somewhere between $4 and $4.5 million a year. So obviously we're not spending enough. We're not budgeting enough in overlays to overlay every street every 20 year. That's something that I think, we're always looking for ways to increase that overlay budget because I believe it's a great, people love having new streets in town. And, we've got, we'll probably next year, our plan is to budget between $1.5 to $2 million for overlays. We've been spending about $250,000 a year on sidewalks, either, new sidewalks and or patching, repairing old sidewalks. That likely won't change for next year. And then, along with the overlays, we spend about $125,000 a year on striping, which will continue for next year as well. And then our right-of-way mowing, we spend about $175,000 for tree removal and right-of-way maintenance throughout the city. Now, next thing I want to talk about a little bit is our staffing. And I'm going to let Jacob speak a little bit about on the street side of things, but on the generally, and I know several others have brought this up, and I'd like to reiterate what Spencer said about our admin position. I think that's one position in particular that we need some kind of increase or next level position. But just in general, in our positions throughout the street department, we've got several positions where people kind of hit a stopping point, and there's no movement or no opportunity for movement above that particular level. And it's, I know it's frustrating to some of our employees when, they hit that mark and we hire a new employee that, they start out making the same thing that they're making, because that's where they've kind of topped out. And I've mentioned briefly in here, but one of our goals is with the budget next year is to create some levels within some of these positions, some more levels that would give people opportunity for growth, and they can see that when we're looking for new hires. We've got, on the engineering side, we've got 4 licensed engineers, including myself, within the city. We have an excellent engineering staff. I can't say enough about those guys. I review plans from other engineers. I see plans all the time, and the plans that we produce in-house for some of our projects are they're top notch. We've got, we do a lot of, Jacob's crews do some of the construction on some of the projects, but most of them that we produce the plans for, we actually bid out to contractors. And I don't know how to, again, express how good these plans are that we actually put out on the street versus some of the other engineering firms even that I see. Out in the real world, if anyone on our engineering staff could go somewhere else in the private sector and make more money than what the city pays. That's just a fact of life, and that's not atypical to other municipalities as well. But I think that 2 of the 4 engineers, myself included, are getting a little up there in age. Saw that look, Andy. And we're I think one of our goals here in the next, hopefully next year even, is to try to hire a new engineering intern. And it's a very competitive field trying to hire engineers in this particular climate. It's amazing what they're getting offered right out of school. It's crazy. And I think in order to do that, we're going to have a competitive salary schedule for some of our engineering staff. So that's one thing that we're going to be looking at very closely in formulating next year's budget. A couple other department heads mentioned our health insurance. We love it. We don't want to change it. We think it's great. Let me see what else I had on here I wanted to kind of briefly talk about. I'm going to let Jacob come up here in a minute, but I think the big thing is on our personnel and staffing is giving people, something. Again, we've got too many positions, I know, within our department, and one of the things that we want to look at trying to correct, where we just don't have levels that they can progress. And again, I feel strongly that when we've got a guy here that's been here for 15, 20 years, they need to, I mean, there needs to be some incentive for them to stay instead of just topping out at that particular position. And that's one of the things that we want to try to correct moving forward, starting with next year's budget. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
I appreciated the way you said you're getting older.
Well, we're all getting older, hopefully. Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Mr. Hawkins, did you ever get him pegged down on Salem Road?
No.
Oh.
Jacob, you want to come up and?
Any questions for Kurt? Come on up, Jacob.
So I promise I'll be the fastest one because I just soon be paving a road somewhere is talking about budget. But I just want to kind of give my personal experience with the city here. I've been here for a long time now, and about the staffing and the pay, and then Kurt, covered those as well. But and another concern that I have, but while we appreciate everything the mayor and council's done, y'all been great. You've given us something each year, what you could. I would love to see, so when I came and I interviewed with Ronnie Hall, long time ago.
Bet it's a long interview too.
Yeah. There was information and you could see a growth plan throughout the city. No matter if I started as a level 1 truck driver. And so you could see that if you put your foot on the gas, you could pass the ones that were idling. And now we don't really have that. If you win Employee of the Year or you get rolled up 3 times, you get the same raise. And there are some positions like have been mentioned, and admin 2 is a good one, where that's just it. And they stay there a really, really long time. And I think it would be very beneficial, I know, to our department, because we have 7 that could essentially walk out the door next year, retire. And 6 of those are leaders. So that's really not a hit that can be replaced in a hurry, because these guys that we're talking about, like we talked about Salem Bridge, and that was one of the main things that kept me at the city for all these years, is we're so unique. We're liable to, well, Salem Road Bridge is being built by the contractor, but the next one down on Country Club, we built it in-house. So it's crazy what all our little city department has built over the years: boulevards, bridges, box culverts, you name it. So personally, I think that would be the best for our department, is to see a growth plan where as long as you keep your foot on the gas, you keep getting rewarded for that. So, and the other thing is Kurt mentioned it, is we don't have a choice but to do something eventually about this overlay. It's going to outrun us. We're going to get to a point where, like Favre Lane, we had to do a tremendous amount of patching this year to get that in a state to be able to overlay. So that's a big issue. And with more development, more roads being built, that's just going to outrun us even further. So within the next few years, we really need to up our game there somehow. So that's all I got. I said I'd be quick. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer
Any
them.
questions of Jacob or Kurt?
Trying to address that with a sales tax situation that we're putting to the public in November.
And every little bit will help for sure. Thank you.
If I could, I just wanted to say something about the street director and the city engineer. I don't know, people have probably noticed, but their commitment to child safety is something else that makes them unique in the state. Kurt Jones has put lighted crosswalk signs. The latest one is for the junior high kids to cross Caldwell, which is a dangerous road. And I've seen him out there watching that crosswalk before. Another thing that I've noticed is sidewalks. I've never seen so much sidewalk activity in a city this size, and they do it primarily for the children, so that they can get safely to and from school. And I don't know any other city in the state that can hold a candle to these 2 guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Finkelmeyer.
do.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Council, let's take about a 5-minute break. Next up, we have Ms. Jamie Bryce, who's the director of our community center.
This community center.
Good morning, everyone.
There she
Good to be here.
is, Miss Community Center.
So this week marks 2 months that we've been open. It has been quite the ride. It's been super fun. I put several facts on there for you. So we have, this is a week old data, so it's not exactly right, but 2,200 new members and 24,000 check-ins. So on a typical Saturday, our attendance was averaging around 12 to 1,400 people. It has been very fun. So looking at the budget that we've used for 2025, we've actually been able to stay within that budget, stay on track. I'm asking for just a little bit of capital, not much, and there is a possibility that I'll be able to use the budget that is remaining in this year to cover those expenses. We ended the outdoor season. We are kicking off volleyball, swim lessons, all the things. So this week we start our water aerobics classes, which I'm super excited about. Swim lessons start October 7th, and volleyball is quickly picking up. So I'll dive into just a few needs that we are asking for in the budget. Like I said, this year's budget was I feel very good that we've been able to stay in that. There are a few cost drivers in the budget. The biggest ones are chemicals. There's also some HVAC that was existing that was not part of the remodel. So I do want to kind of plan for some maintenance on that. So that will be included in the 26 budget. One of the biggest things would be the personnel. So we've been able to, we have almost 100 people, 17 full-time, the rest are part-time. And I will say that they have done an amazing job. I told the mayor about a month ago, out of 57 lifeguards, at least 53 of them had water rescues, successful water rescues. So that is
Keyword, successful.
yes, successful is key word. So I was very proud of them. And I think that's very important. And I think that's something that we're going to have to focus on to make sure that this facility stays safe and is successful. So with that, 57 part-time lifeguards, they've been great. To add a little bit of stability to that, I would like to add 5 full-time lifeguards, taking that sum away from part-time expenses. But to add those, one of the biggest reasons is because I would like to get them certified with WSI, which is water safety, as well as some other things that I feel like I don't want to certify part-timers, just because I feel like we would invest more into a full-time position. And that would help us also with our scheduling. The other one is maintenance. So Rotolo is the people that installed all the pool equipment. They recommended that we have 5 maintenance people to take care of that pool equipment year round. We have 2 right now that are certified, and I'm going to ask for 1 more. I feel like we can fill in those gaps with our other full-time lifeguards.
Jamie, there's a reason that you have so many part-timers, because on the outside pool, you have a lot of areas that you have to have eyeballs on.
Yes.
And that's the reason that we have to have so many part-time people, is it not?
That's very true. Yes, sir.
Now, this time of year and into May or June next year, the outside still won't be open. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we'll open Memorial Day.
Okay, that's great. That's great. That's great to know. But we will, these 5 people that you're wanting to get certified will be able to handle the load on the indoor pool by themselves because of a restricted area that you have to take care of. Would that be correct as well?
That's not entirely correct. So we'll need some more part-timers to cover gaps in scheduling. The facility's open from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. So there are a lot of scheduling issues, especially with the part-timers because they have school and sports. But also, we are starting swim lessons October 7th. And so during those swim lessons, we need extra help in the pool. And it's not always a full-time person.
Is Felicia signed up for swim lessons?
Mr. Jones says.
I'll be glad to help. You're welcome.
I got a question. I probably should know the answer, but I've been but anyway, what times does the water aerobics start?
So right now, we are gradually adding classes. We have 2 on Tuesday, Thursday morning at 9:30, 1 on Wednesday evening, I believe that's 5:30, and we have 1 on Monday evening at 5:30.
Probably gonna get in trouble for asking this.
Careful.
I'm trying to walk around as gentle as possible. 9 o'clock, is that for the older people or the younger people?
So the description of the class, we have requested that they be, or said that they need to be 18 or older.
Okay. This is what I'm asking. I have a couple people around my age, how's that, that wants to do water aerobics, but they don't want to get in there with the younger people, so they trying to find out what crowd would it be and what time should they start coming. They usually like going early.
I do. And I'll tell you one of the most beautiful things about water aerobics, because most of the time our 2 rules are to have fun, and if it hurts, do not do that. But the beautiful thing about it is I can't see what you're doing underwater. So as long as you show up and you're having fun, you set your own pace. And if you mess up, I don't know.
Well, I understand it. It's not that they're talking about messing up. It's just being in there with a younger crowd. That's what they're talking about.
So do you want me to look at 60 and over, maybe? A class of 60 and over? I'll be more than happy to.
I have had that request.
I have had a lot of people interested in that, so.
That's the age I've been talking about. Not that I'm interested in it.
Not that you're over 60.
Right.
Barely, just barely. But I've had some people asking about that.
Yes, we have a big interest, and I'm very excited to see how many we have. So our max class is 50. And I mentioned those classes in the times, but that's just the beginning.
Because they're going to another place, but they would rather go here.
Okay.
That's the best I can say it without stepping on anybody's toes. I hope I don't get anybody mad that's listening to me.
I would love to hear from them. Feel free to share my email or contact information, and we'll write that down, yes?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And on the summary that I handed you, I've also listed just some long-term capital improvement plans that I want us to keep in mind. You know, that building is amazing, and Napolt's did a wonderful job. We do have some existing HVAC in there, so I will always keep that in mind going in the future. And I think that covers most everything on the summary. So do you all have any other questions? Yes, sir.
Where are we hitting on our revenue estimates?
We are doing well. You know, we really only have 6 weeks worth of data for the aquatic park. And I will say that, you know, we hit within those 6 weeks, as far as facility membership, let's see. I'm trying to do that math in my head. I'm sorry. We hit over 40% of that budget. So I think that was really well. Concession stand has done well. What are those line items? The budget was 80,000. We hit 57,000 in those 6 weeks.
The annual budget was 80, we hit 56.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
It's good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For our pickleballers out there, just kind of brief update on where we are with our courts.
Yes, we are working with Sports Court, Nabholz, and Craft and Tall on that right now.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Ms. Bryce?
Of the members, how many of those are annual and how many of those are monthly? Do you have that breakdown?
I'm sorry, I don't have that breakdown with me, but I'll be glad to get that to you.
You don't mind?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Next up is Andrew Thames, the Director of Parks and Recreation. How's that little one doing?
She's good. She's got me wrapped around her finger already.
She sleeping all night yet?
She is.
All right.
She is. We have to wake her up some mornings, which is kind of nice. But good morning. Glad you guys were able to put this together and hear a little bit about each department. I'll just give you a brief rundown. I know you guys have this in front of you. One of the things that we're excited about, we just opened the pickleball courts over at 5th Avenue yesterday. We've gotten a lot of good feedback. People are excited. So we'll see if that'll linger over into some other projects that we've got going on. A couple other things that we're doing right now. We're going to add communication boards at Laurel and 5th, and I'm extremely excited about this one because this makes our parks a little bit more inclusive. So these communication boards are for kids that may be nonverbal or that may not be speaking fully yet. They're able to communicate by using pictures. So we're excited about those. We're adding a story walk to 5th Avenue. Increasing some signage at the soccer complex, among some other things. Events that we've had this year and that we're planning to go through with next year. We had Characters in the Park back in May. That's been a fantastic event for us. We're going to continue that. Lights Over the Lake in July out at Beaver Fork was another stellar event that we had a good turnout. And then we're excited to introduce something this December called Santa Land at Conway. It's going to be a free event, just like all of our other events. We're going to have a Santa Claus that comes in the Don Owen free pictures. We're going to have some different stations for the kids. They'll be able to make ornaments, write letters to Santa, and all sorts of stuff. So it's just another thing that we're getting kids back to the parks and to come see some of our stuff. So
If you can do cookie decorations, I'll be sure and be out there.
hey, we'll have popcorn and hot chocolate. We'll have cookies. We'll have all of it. So one of the things that you can see my list of capital improvements, and some of these are more long-term, but the one that I really want to hit on is the Don Owen softball concessions and restrooms. This building, it's in a dilapidated state. The roof, you can see that, we've got restroom failure in the men's restroom. We only have one toilet working. And you're asking, why can we not get them all working? This is an old cinder block, building that we would have to rip the wall open, and then at that point the plumbing is inside the walls, and it's not as easy as cutting it open and patching it. Roof rot, the roof is falling in. We've got maintenance guys that don't want to get on the roof to do AC repair because they're afraid that it's going to fall in. We've got plumbing issues, obviously, and then we have sewage backup every once in a while. So our parks, we're extremely grateful that we have great buildings at Conway Station and City of Colleges. And we host a lot of tournaments that'll have rollover and that they'll go to Don Owen. And we hear people walk out of the bathrooms and will legitimately say that's the worst bathroom they have ever been in. And it's pretty embarrassing to us. So it's one of those things that we really need to update. The building's over 50 years old, and you can tell that it's just got some problems. So that's one of the things that we're really excited to address. We've had Nabholz come out, and to do a complete restoration of the complex, new dugouts, press boxes, was going to be about $1.4 million. This was about a year and a half ago. So with inflation, we'd probably be looking around the 1.75 to 2 million range at this point. That's all the bells and whistles, kind of getting it onto the same page as Conway Station with the iron fence and all sorts of stuff, new plumbing, electrical. That's the whole works. The other thing that I really want to hit on is our vehicles. And I know vehicles is a soft spot, but when we have trucks that are pulling thousands of pounds of mowers every day, it takes a big toll. We don't have a single extra truck, car, anything right now. We've actually, we're getting a transmission that blew. We're getting that fixed right now. So having a couple of extra new trucks, when these trucks get 10 to 15 years old, you can imagine the wear and tear. You can see some of the other stuff on there that just needs to be replaced. A couple of mules, same thing. They're used every day, 7 days a week when we have tournaments. And then a couple of mowers. Our mowers go out just like vehicles. one of the last things that I'll hit on is proposed facility rental fees. Baseball, softball, and soccer, those are fairly new. Those fees went up a couple of years ago, but the ones that have never gone up, that'll put us more in line with the new community center fees are our basketball. You can see, so for the longest time, for an hour, a full court basketball would be $30. Right now at the community center, they're renting out a volleyball court for $25 per hour, but at the community centers, a volleyball court is only half of a basketball court. So that's why everything's kind of doubled up right there. And then the last thing, personnel. Our programming has boomed, especially with soccer. We started a year ago right now and had 300 kids. In the spring, we had 600, and now we have over 800 kids participating this fall, and we're projecting probably over 1,000 come next spring. On top of that, we have over 500 kids that play baseball in the spring alone, more in the fall, and then we have 300 kids that play softball in the spring and then more in the fall. So our programming and recreational managers are kind of overrun. There could be the possibility that we're going to take on another sport here in the next probably year or two. I don't want to get too much into that right now because there's a lot of uncertainties, but that is going to stretch us extremely thin and kind of put a lot of pressure on them. So the administrative assistant one that I'm requesting is for the recreational programming. Once you have to get rosters and registrations and uniforms and schedules and officials and stuff, it can become pretty taxing on them. So that's that administrative one is for our recreational programming, which as Conway expands, the program is going to expand as well. The full-time groundskeeper that you can see I'm requesting is for the soccer complex. Right now, we only have 2 full-time groundskeepers at soccer. And if you can imagine keeping up with 10 soccer fields, it's not as easy as just mowing and weed eating and edging. They're also painting sometimes 3 soccer fields on 1 soccer field for our micro teams. So painting, and that doesn't include when a sprinkler head busts or a pipe busts, they have to stop everything they're doing, dig it up, and they fix it themselves. So 2 full-time out there is just, it again, kind of running them down. So I am requesting 1 more full-time groundskeeper for them to help. And the last thing I want to say, just like a lot of departments have said, our employees, we thank them every day, but they give so much to the city that it's only right for us to get back to them. A lot of the department heads wouldn't be able to do, myself included, without them. We're extremely happy with the health insurance, the COLA raises, the bonuses. That's just another little thank you that we are able to give them. We do have a couple of positions from groundskeepers to our programmers that are behind state average. I would like to see those salaries bumped up as well. I really think this will help with retention, employee retention. We have a lot of turnover in parks because they'll go and find stuff other places. So those are just a couple of things. I appreciate everything that you guys do and allowing us to do the things that we do. And if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Not a question. Thank you. Thank you for all you and your department do. We do have a fantastic park system, fantastic facilities. On these capital improvement requests, we do have a dedicated capital fund for parks. It's, the A&P money. Now, a lot of that is dedicated to, not a lot, but a good part of it is dedicated to pay off the bonds that have built some of these facilities, but we still have quite a bit of money each year for capital improvements. And we're doing a good job of fulfilling capital improvements, but some of these things have been on this list for years. And so I would like for us to get a schedule, and we're talking about doing this in other departments later with capital needs. Schedule out these things. Instead of being on this list forever with no date, let's put a date on some of these things when we can do them. So that's something I'd like to see.
I think we're going to have to concentrate on the Owens complex. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Oh, yeah.
obvious. And just put this in the back of your hat somewhere. I've had several people comment on our baseball complexes. They love them. They said they love to have some batters cages.
Yeah, that's one of the capital improvements. And I think that's one of the easy ones to do because it's not a multi-million-dollar one.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff can be done in-house. We just need the funding to do it. The last thing I'll hit on as well with the capital improvements is with the Don Owen and McGee centers. Those are getting older as well, and they're going to start needing a little bit of love before things get too far south.
Sooner
I'd
than
like
later.
to see some updates there. Yes, sir.
Well, and I appreciate this capital list because, there's always the ideas out there of what to do with that excess A&P capital funds, and I think you've accounted for it. I mean, I think this would easily encumber it for the next 5 years, you know, if not more.
Well, I can tell you that the list I have is way longer than what I gave you. But we've got ideas, but there's wants and there's needs. And a lot of the needs that we need to address are some of the key ones that I hit on here.
Well, and a lot of the things that you've kind of put in here are maintenance issues that have kind of we've not kept up with, similar to what Streets said. You know, if we don't keep up with overlay, we're going to pay more later.
Right.
And so I like the idea of making sure we stay focused. And I like Mr. Grimes' idea of let's just get it on a calendar, and then you know you've got those funds available.
Yeah, just back on what you said, the roof and really address that because that's a bad perception. We want people to come up here and use our facilities, and people don't work on the air conditioning because they're scared the roof is gonna fall in. People are talking about how bad our bathrooms are.
Or no bathrooms
No
in a couple of
bathroom, and
places.
that's not what we want to be noted for, you know?
When
One
we've
of
had to
two.
replace, with some of our bigger tournaments, we've had to put porta potties.
See, that's
Yeah.
not good.
I'd kind of like to, and I don't know whether this is a parks issue or whether this is one that comes in Spencer's realm of what he does, but I've been approached by some people that have asked me to bring to the council that we have some portable bathrooms and showers they were talking from a homeless situation, which is not a parks issue. That would be a Spencer issue. But if we could dual purpose that and set up a couple of these around town, I don't know whether they would be over near the library or somewhere like that. We could help the people that are homeless, and then when we need them for parks, we could use those in parks. Just throwing that out there for conversation at some point down the line. This is not on the agenda today.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Any other questions for Andrew?
But you forgot one thing. Symphony in the Park was last night.
That was good.
That was a fabulous get-together. I estimated about 1,500 people there. And just was wonderful get-together. Conductor Izzy Getzoff and the Conway Symphony Orchestra, they do such a fantastic job, and I thank them and thank you for making that available to them.
Yeah, our park usage has never been higher. The amount of requests that we get on a daily basis for every park is awesome. It's fantastic to see people out there.
And we took all 5 of our grandkids. They enjoyed Los Delicios. More
I
than,
bet.
yeah, they enjoyed ice cream.
That is good stuff.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank y'all.
And last on public service will be Joe Hopper, our sanitation director.
Good morning.
Mr. Winningham,
Joe.
just before we start, we're going to hold you to a committee meeting. So we're going to take you off of today, but we'll do you one night before a council meeting. I'm sure that hurts your feelings. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Department of Sanitation this morning. You know, our work touches every residence and most businesses every week of the year, and I can't speak highly enough of my team and from the collections crews to the landfill to the mechanics, to everybody in my department. They show up, they don't complain, rain or shine, they do the job, and I just need to start with that because they're the reason why we have the success we do. And the other thing I'd like to say is just how fortunate the city of Conway is to have the solid waste system, the comprehensive solid waste system that we have. I'd argue that there's not another city in the state that has all of the elements of the solid waste system that Conway has: the landfill, the material recovery facility, the collections. It's really a solid foundation for this city for a long time. And but anyway, as far as current projects, our landfill construction project, was delayed somewhat due to the rain in April and May. We expect that to be done in the next 60 days. We expect to be using cell 20 before the 60 days is up. And so that's moving along pretty well. Our operations and maintenance facility, we were just recently given the green light to gently move forward with that. I've got a meeting with the architect next week to update some of our projections for construction cost. And then material recovery facility upgrades, we've got those coming up too. Talking about capital improvements. In a previous city that I worked for, we had sinking funds for things like this, where you put a amount of money into an account that was earmarked for future use for replacement of those items, and that would be helpful for things like the material recovery facility or even our heavy equipment. So as far as future projects, at some point we'd like to redesign our Citizens Convenience Center, what most people call the wall. We've outgrown it. I don't know when that thing was built, but Conway's grown substantially since it was built, and I think we could redesign that entire area down there, the mulch operation, eventually make that into a compost facility, which would allow us to divert organics, which would further increase the life of our landfill. So those are big dreams, but I think they're something we should be moving towards. As far as 2026, of course, I keep hearing personnel this morning. We also have that issue. Nobody grows up wanting to be a trash man. Doctors, lawyers, firemen, policemen, whatever. But generally, you don't hear somebody that wants to ride on a garbage truck or work on a landfill. So we have made some improvements in some areas, but we still have a fair amount of turnover. Turnover is not uncommon in the solid waste industry. And especially like with drivers and mechanics and equipment operators, we're not just competing with other cities for those types of jobs. We're competing with private sector as well. So that's not just trash, it's trucking industry, you name it. And as Jacob mentioned earlier, a step and grade pay structure, I think, would help us tremendously. It would give the employees some predictability in their future. Retention is very important. We have good benefits. The insurance is good. The pension is decent. It's not as good as it used to be. We have had some issues with the pension causing us to lose applicants. If you have a starting salary or a starting hourly pay of like $17 an hour, it's 15, or that's down in the 15s. It's a little deceiving, with that 10% hit. So, at this point, it seems like a lot of employees don't care as much as about the benefits as what they're able to take home to provide for their families. So that's tough, and that's a tough one for a city to have to address. As far as capital, for 2026, we have a 2017 Volvo articulated haul truck that we need to replace. That's a big ticket item. There's not very many things in the trash business that's not a big ticket item, but that's a really big one. Prior to the pandemic, the cost of that truck was below $600,000, and even our garbage trucks have went up tremendously. And I'd say the parts and the quality of the equipment has degraded as well. So it seems like it's an ever increasing issue with parts and equipment. Beyond that, I would like to mention that September 1st of 2025 marked our marked 12 years of no increases in sanitation rates. One of my goals when I came here in 2015 was to make it 10 years, and we've exceeded that goal. And that may be something we want to look at in the future. I have some ideas for different revenue streams and different ways we can change things without increasing rates potentially. That would be a much longer conversation than we had this morning. So with that, I'd ask for any questions you may have.
I'd like to make a comment, Joe. You were talking about nobody wants to grow up being on a trash truck. Let me tell you something. This city could not run without your people in your department. I've said this before. Let us go 2 weeks in this city without doing what your people do, and we'll have a health crisis.
Absolutely.
We'll have a true crisis. So let your people know that they are very, very important to this city.
Yeah, that's, a lot of people don't understand the importance of sanitation, and it's not really sanitation in the cleanest sense. It's just keeping the trash off the ground, keeping it out of your neighborhoods. It keeps the public health in a much better state. I mean, that's why we exist, is public health. It's not for recycling or trash collection. It's to keep people healthy. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Harper, what's the life of the landfill? Now, I know ever since I've come on the council, we get periodic updates and it never seems to shrink, which is good.
yes, and so right now, I think the last engineering report was 43 years. I started here in 2015 and it was 47 years. That's 10 years. So, I mean, do the math. It all has to do with our compaction rates. The way we achieve that is through our landfill compactors, and I'll tell you, our landfill crew is awesome. They know how to, people think you dig a hole and you put trash in it. That's not the case. You put it in layers, and the way they apply the trash to the landfill, it's a construction project. The way they do it is amazing, and that's evidenced by our compliance record. Our environmental compliance record it's excellent. And that's attributed to the employees that we have.
And you kind of alluded to it in your opening remarks about what a valuable asset our landfill owned by the city is versus selling it to a
Absolutely.
different waste management company to run.
Absolutely. Same thing with, it's just like drinking water. Drinking water is very important for a community as well, and solid waste treatment or wastewater treatment. But a landfill is, I don't know, it's a essential component for a community to keep them healthy and sustainable.
Ours doesn't look like a landfill. You guys do a great job.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would say too that in our ward, all the trash comes through there. On Hogan Road, not only do y'all pick up our trash, and the effort that y'all make to keep that clean, Old Conway Highway, Tyler
Yes, sir.
Street, Hogan Road, I get thanks from all the time, and I try to pass them on to you, but
that's
it's
one of
certainly
those
appreciated.
thankless duties that occur. We pick up we pick up 64 Highway from our driveway all the way to Donaghy every week, and sometimes you can't tell it because there is trash.
Sure.
As hard as you may try, you can't always keep trash contained, whether it be in your trailer or garbage truck. It doesn't matter. Trash blows out from time to time, but yes, they do a fine job. I appreciate you noticing that.
Any other questions, Mr. Hopper? Thank you, Joe. Moving out of public safety, we'll start with Mr. Finkenbinder.
Morning.
Morning.
So I wanted to start just, and this won't take long, but I wanted to start with some of the things that we do. I wanted to let the council know what my views are on taxpayer funds and budgets. So like any city attorney's office, we sometimes have to do some restructuring. We needed some more office space. And one thing that was very, became city attorney was I noticed that victims of crime have to come to court and sit sometimes a few feet away from the person that hurt them in court while they waited for the case. I wanted to save space for them. I hate these microphones.
Go to the one up here.
I really don't.
That's where people can see you.
Yeah.
There you go, Charles.
Wow. 2025. So anyway, I wanted to save space for victims. Probably now I'm too close. Where they could be away from the person that hurt them while they waited for the case to be called for trial. And that was very important to me. But I also knew that achieving those goals was going to cost about $20,000 to $30,000 to build. But working with our physical plant in Spencer Clawson, we were able to get all that done at cost. And one office didn't cost anything. The rest were just materials. And because of that, and that was important to me, that we not spend a whole bunch of money if we didn't have to. And thanks to the partnership we have with Spencer Clawson, we were able to achieve that. And the impact has been dramatic. I know that people don't come to my office all the time, but if you do on trial days, which is every week, and we'll get to that in a second, just seeing children, families in that protected area is amazing. And the impact going forward encourages people that, hey, this is a process, this is a system that cares about me, I'm going to participate. If this happens again, I'm going to be there. So another thing that we needed a car. An investigator position was added by the council very graciously a few years back. It was very important to me that we have that position. And just to explain, Derek Simmons is our investigator. He's been with us for about 5 years now. And what he enables us to do is, one, he and Assistant Transportation Supervisor for Conway Schools, John Thompson, he and Derek are the only reason we still have a school bus safety program. They work day in, day out on this, and it's just one of Simmons's jobs. Another one is for us to do community outreach. It was very important to me that we emphasize that. A lot of victims of crime are homebound. They may not have a ride to get up. They may not have daycare to where they can come up to the office and meet with my prosecutors before trial. And so Derek took on that duty as well to actually go out to the homes of victims who can't make it to our office to prepare and put them at ease, explain to them what's going to happen in court, make sure that they get to court. And it's just some of the things that he does. And largely because of his efforts, Conway is the only city that I've ever heard of that's been recognized by a state school bus association for its efforts in school bus safety. So I want to definitely mention that. And anyway, last thing is on the investigative position, we knew we needed a car, right? You can't do home visits or outreach without a vehicle. I also knew how expensive cars are nowadays, and so I donated a car that I had that I owned to the city a couple of years back, and he's been using that ever since. And we keep up with it, and it's a good car, and we're going to use it until it just doesn't turn on anymore. So I wanted to start with that. I also wanted to thank the council for everything that you do, and Mr. Mayor, to support the efforts that my people make every day in court. When we've asked, you've answered. And that impact that you have through that process is something that you may not realize, but it's very, very concrete. There are people walking around today because of what y'all have done for us. We appreciate the benefits. We appreciate the COLA raises, and reiterate what Andrew said. We love our health insurance. We love our pension program. All that is really fantastic. My people are happy. I have had zero turnover. Haven't lost anybody since becoming city attorney. They believe in what they do, and a lot of that comes from the support that y'all give them. So I wanted to thank you. Now, my deputies, and I've got two, Evan Pence and Shelby Brown, were assigned in 2024, and there'll be handouts that I will give you. I know that's what you're hoping for. There will be handouts with these statistics, but we're still compiling a lot of this stuff. But for 2024, there were almost 4,000 cases filed in the Conway Division of District Court. And that's everything from speeding tickets to assault and battery, drunk driving, theft, you name it. I've got 2 lawyers for 4,000 cases. There are times where they have cases filed in 2 divisions of the district court as well as 4 divisions of the circuit court. So sometimes I've got 6 courts that my deputies have to cover. I've got 2 deputies. I need more people. I need another attorney. I'll be asking for another attorney position as well as an administrative assistant. And I'll explain more on that why, but I wanted to give you a few more numbers. Last in 2024, restitution for the victims of crime is something that's also very important to me, and we've made that a priority. In 2024, my 2 deputies were able to get court-ordered restitution for victims of crime in Conway over $75,000. And here's what I would say about that figure. That's not enough. I want criminals to pay every last dime that they cause in their criminal acts. And having the additional positions will enable me to do that. There are weeks where we've got court every single day. And that's just, they're holding the line, but just barely. And I don't want to play defense. I want to play offense when it comes to crime. I want to go after the hardcore, the repeat offenders. I want them to know that we're coming for them. And if I had those additional positions, it would definitely expand my ability to do that. Having said all that, and I think the attorney position, the state average for city attorney positions, deputy city attorney positions, about 81. Our admin 2s are, I think, citywide are like 32. But before I get to my attorneys, I wanted to talk about the admins. And before that, I wanted to just mention about Simmons. I will be asking for a salary increase for our investigator position. Now, here's where it gets a little, and this is what's taking me some time. Conway really is unique in having that position. And that's a uniqueness, one of the uniquenesses, if that's a word, that I'm very proud of, because it really expands our ability to go after criminals. I think the closest that I've been able to find is a senior code enforcement investigator when you talk about the state averages. And so that would be a difference of about 6,000 a year increase to Simmons. The admins, I believe the state average is 44. And I will be asking for that. I know that's a big ask, and I know it's a big ask. But let me explain it along the way. One of the other things that I will be asking for is a reclassification of the admin positions in my office, and here's why. When I took over, they were classic administrative assistants. They worked 5 days a week behind their desk, answering the phone, doing paperwork. And we changed that to making them more trial court assistants. And so, and this is one of the things that I do, and people that have worked with me will shake their heads ruefully at this. I create more work. When I took over, I said, I want them in court. I want them with their attorney because I want someone to be available for victims and witnesses while the prosecutor is prosecuting. She doesn't have time to be answering questions in court. She doesn't have time to be sitting with people. And I said, I want you there. I also want you there because it improves the prosecution process for that prosecutor to have an assistant that can pull up data, can get forms, whatever is needed. I don't want any delays. Justice delayed, justice denied. I want cases resolved quick because that victim's got a life that she needs to get back to. That's a problem because now I've got them in court where they were at their desk for 5 days a week. Now they're in court sometimes 2-3 days a week. And that creates a huge workload burden on them when they finally do get back to their desk and they've got all that stuff piled up. So again, that's not something that's pretty unique to Conway. I don't know of any other city attorney's office that does that. And hopefully they'll see what we're doing and decide to do it. I know that a lot of other places have looked at our school bus program and reached out and said, how can we do what you're doing? So I'm hoping to do the same. As far as my prosecutors, my budget is good. We keep track of that year in, year out. We're good. I may ask for some adjustments, but no increase. And the adjustments would be to reduce some elements of the budget like postage and equipment maintenance because we do a really good job at that. and instead put that money into like witness fees, for example. Sometimes we have a case where a witness may have to come from out of state. And I'd like to have some ability to be able to make sure we can bring those people in. So, but it won't be any extra money. As far as my prosecutors, they're at the bottom, comparable cities in the state. And I know that when I became city attorney, I had to hire someone, and I would reach out to people, I'd have people reach out to me, and this is just the reality. When I told them what the salary was, a lot of them laughed. We've fallen way behind. And I'm not even talking about the private sector. I'm not asking to keep up with the private sector. Money's just, it's too good in the private sector. I'm not even asking to keep up with the state attorneys who've all gotten regular raises over the past 10 years. I mean, six-figure salaries are pretty much the norm when it comes to state attorneys of almost any stripe. All I'm asking, and all I will be asking, is that you adjust my prosecutor salaries to the average for the state, for the cities in the state. That's all I'm asking. They should be at the top because they're the best in the state. But I realize that the way budgets are, that's what I'm asking for, is that you put them at the average. I'm asking that you put all my people at the average. I'm good. You can knock my salary down a little bit if you wanted to. But my people, I want to keep them. I think Conway is better off with having them there. I know they're better off being there for Conway, and I want to keep them. And that's really all I had to say. If anybody has any questions, that could have gone on a lot longer, by the way. So.
First of all, thank you for what you do, and then, secondly, what is the delta between the average pay and where we are?
So when it comes to chief deputies and deputy city attorneys, those are the two breakdowns that the municipal league puts together. The average salary for chief deputies is 103. Mine is 92. I mean, it's not even close, really. The average salary for a city deputy attorney is 94, and we're at 81.
Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Finkenbeiner? Thank you, Charles, and your folks do a great job. Kevin McCoy, IT Director.
Good morning, council, and good morning, mayor. Did everybody get one of these? Certainly you got one of these. You can follow along with me. And I'm not going to take a long time. I had this to keep us on track. And so I do want to say that we have an amazing team, our IT support staff. You've all worked with them if you're a part of the city and even a council member. And they do an amazing job and they strive for excellence. And that's why I put on the first page there a mission statement. And I've got Devin in the back changing this. So go ahead and go to the first page there about the mission statement. But I just want to read that real quick. To strive for excellence in supporting city employees with their technology needs, enabling them to have a safer, less stressful, more efficient, and productive work environment. And that's what we all need. It's frustrating when I see tickets come in and somebody says, well, I got here today and nothing comes on. You know, I wiggle the mouse, hit the keyboard, nothing. And so we strive.
Me, aren't you?
What's that?
You're talking about me, aren't you?
Occasionally. So we strive to help out with that. You can go to the next slide. So our vision, and it started back in 2017, we started operationalizing all of our capital expenditures related to technology. And so that gives us some benefits. We lease the large majority of computers, peripherals, and server equipment for the entire city, all city departments. And there's only two exceptions really to that. Transportation department buys their own workstations for their AutoCAD, and then the police department buys their own mobile computers, like their laptops for the mobile units. Other than that, we have absorbed the cost of all computers for the entire populace of the city. There's a few little outliers here and there, like one little computer here or there, but by and large, that's what we do. And so the IT's budget is large in that respect because of, we're absorbing all of that cost. But there's benefits to that by having it consolidated. And one of the things that's good is that we avoid these big, large capital expenses every so many years. Like before, when I first started here in 2016, we need new server equipment. And what had been done in the past is like every 5 years, 6 years, however often it was, we had to go before council and ask for like $250,000, $300,000 for all new server equipment. Well, now we've put that on a lease program, and so we have a much smaller payout on that every year. And when the 5 years is over, we own the equipment. So if we want to run it an extra year or two, if it's feasible, we do that. And it also for the end user systems, you know, being proactive like that just allows us to replace things before they age out, start to have faults and failures. And you've all experienced that if you run something a little bit too long in the computer world. So on the next slide, you just kind of see the numbers there. For our user system replacement program, we replace computers every 3 years. We replace monitors really every 6, but they do a 5-year lease on that, so we run them an extra year. The IT department spends about $142,000 a year, but keep in mind, we're replacing every computer in the city every 3 years with that amount of money. And then for our server environment, every 5 years, just under $50,000, $46,600. And so then we also have, and I wanted to highlight this just to show you the biggest things out of our budget. And one of them is on our software subscriptions. We absorb a lot of that as well. And the big one is our cloud email, file storage, mobile device management, multi-factor stuff, policy enforcement, compliance. All of your, if you have email on your phones, it's mobile device managed. If you have a new city computer, it is. And all those things are additional cost from that subscription basis. So that's about $187. I just want to highlight that just to say that's a huge chunk of the IT department's budget from just expenses. But those are things that we do every year, and we really can't get away from those. On the next page, I wanted to highlight just some things that we would, we would like to do potentially in 2026 and moving forward. We would like to be able to back up our cloud email and file storage to back on premise, and that would run about, and this is again list price. We haven't talked to the vendor yet. It's probably going to be less than this, but it's about $48,000. And then we want to do cloud backup, which would be, basically allow us to take our own premise server environment, back that up to the cloud. That's very inexpensive, about $2,000 a year. Our cybersecurity manager would like to basically work on an incident response plan. That's a one-time thing. That's a consultation or consulting fee of $10K. We're looking at new software that will help us be more, security postured with our cloud environment, with our email and storage. And that's the fourth bullet point down. That's basically the SaaS security posture management software. It's a platform. And really that's focused on allowing us to be very secure when it comes to the behavior and the environment that all of our email and our cloud storage is in. It's the number one attack vector. We're doing our best to keep those emails out of your inbox, but those tools would allow us to do a better job of that. We want to start doing an annual security risk assessment. The mayor knows, Ms. Felicia knows, that we just did that about 2-3 weeks ago. We finished that up with a third-party entity, and they came in and put a little agent on all the computers in the city. They did a bunch of scans, and they came back and told us, here's any vulnerabilities that we found. Now, keep in mind, we have next-gen antivirus. We have, what EDR, incident response, and all this. We have software on the computers to protect them, but it opened our eyes to a few things because we're very, I guess you'd say, proactive, not reactive when it comes to third-party patching, Windows updates, and those kind of things. We actually had very few critical or high vulnerabilities. We were able to knock those out and remediate those within a couple hours after they left with that security risk assessment. So those are important to do annually. That's about $10,000 a year, not bad at all. And then the last thing I had on there, and this may not be possible, but Tyler has been, he's presented a plan where we might be able to get vehicles a little bit better than having to pay a big capital expense. Enterprise does a government fleet program, and if that does come to fruition, the oldest vehicle we have in the fleet is a 2017 F-150, and I just guesstimated looking online, it might be around $9,000 a year for the lease there. So if you added all that up, that would be about $99,000 total that we might want to look at adding 2026 and beyond. The next slide, I just want to highlight some of the projects that we completed in this quarter. The big one was the community center. Man, the whole IT department was at the community center for about the last month and a half that we were. If you went over there, you saw me or one of my staff. We were there. You would not imagine the amount of technology in that building when it comes from audio, video, network, wireless access points, the point of sale equipment. Because we use Civic Rec as the platform for parks, they don't provide you with like a square device or some kind of little thing. We had to buy the cash drawers and the receipt printers and a mini PC and a touchscreen display, and we had to engineer all that and make all that secure and safe. So that was a big deal, a great project. I'm glad that we helped make that a success, getting that kicked off. We're very much in progress of helping Public Works to move to Enterprise Avenue. We are, I would say, from our perspective, from an IT perspective, we're about 85% complete. And also to keep in mind, the IT department, we try to do our best to help absorb cost when some departments don't have the funds. It took about $10,000 of IT equipment to facilitate that move. That's everything from the cabling, that's the network cabinet, battery backup, network switch, wireless access points, security cameras, door access control. The IT department, we paid just over $10,000, and we took that out of our budget to help Spencer out and help with that move. And again, Conway Corp's supposed to have fiber internet active there hopefully next week, and we've already done most of our work. One of the things I'll mention, I don't have on this list, but it's also an ongoing project. I just forgot about it, but we've worked with Conway Corp, and now we have a fiber internet ring to all the traffic intersections down Dave Ward Drive. That's important because of that adaptive signaling system. And right now, having each intersection on a cable modem internet, it's not as reliable. And if one intersection can't communicate with the others or to the server, then that one will go into kind of its own little autonomous, mode where it's just doing its own thing and it's not taking in consideration the rest of the corridor. And so Conway Corp, we worked with them. Transportation Department worked with Conway Corp. We have the fiber is in place. We have the network switches we need. We just have to find time to get to the completion of that project. But we should have that done hopefully by the end of the year. So we also have a project going on right now with new server and storage equipment that's going to be, we've already have it racked up at Conway Corp's data center. We have some more equipment that will go with the Emergency Operations Center. That's all new server and storage. And the storage is really, really important because, just to give you an idea, WatchGuard body cam storage alone right now is nearly 70 terabytes of storage. And for those of you who don't know, that's a lot of storage. It's a lot of storage, and it's not going to go down. I talk to Bob on a regular basis, who's the network admin for the police department, about what can we do to clean that up and help. But the problem is the way things are with cases nowadays, even if it's a routine traffic stop, it has to be kept for a very long time. And then I guess it'd be good to interject. And one of the things that we did a couple years ago, we started with city attorney. They were, having to dole out things with USB flash drives or burning them to DVDs when they had to send a defense attorney video or something like that. So now we use our cloud storage, and we're able to send that to them in real time. So we can get that video footage, and then they can literally share an email link, and they have access to it. Again, just keep in mind, though, because of that our cloud storage is constantly having to be increased every year. And that's in the ballpark of about $1,800 for every terabyte. And so we just had to purchase another terabyte of storage. But again, and Charles could speak more to this, we have to retain this stuff for a very long time. And in some cases, almost indefinitely. And so those are some of the expenses we run into. One of the things that I'm hopeful by the end of the year we'll have this filled. My old position, the network manager position, has been open for 13 of the last 14 months. So to put it in perspective, last July when I became the director, we had some open positions that came up, and I focused first on those other open positions. We hired a new information support specialist. That's our help desk, our frontline level 1 guys. So we hired Devin, who's back there running this live stream right now. He's a great asset to our team. Well, then we had an open position for a telecom coordinator working with the radios and the door access control and the security cameras and the desk phones and all that. So we worked through the process and hired that. And so that left my position as the last one to deal with. And we hired somebody in June of this year, and they worked for us for exactly a month. And no hard feelings. He worked for the county and the sheriff's office, and they could not stand to lose him. So they offered him, they gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. We gave him a pretty significant raise to come to the city. They gave him a huge raise to come back to the county. In fact, he's making about $5,000 more a year than I'm making right now. So anyway, so that position's open again. And so I've been pulling double duty for over a year now. So I'm looking forward to having that position filled. And so if we go to the next page there, this just shows our org chart. This is our team. And I know that maybe you've seen some of these folks, but the reason I want to highlight this, it shows our open position there, the network and infrastructure manager. It also shows a new proposed position of security coordinator. If you notice the way that we're laid out, we have a network manager and a network coordinator. We have a telecom manager and a telecom coordinator. We really need somebody to help Brandon when it comes to our cybersecurity, because it's something that, if you have meetings with these experts out there, they say it's not a matter of if, but when something will happen. And, so we want to have as many eyes on things as we can. We want to make sure that we're being as proactive as we can, doing everything we can to make sure we have a secure and safe environment. That's why I know some of you get tired of all the security training, all the videos you have to watch, or maybe the phishing exercises, because you get tired of these little spammy emails. Some of those we're sending out to see if you'll click on the links, see if you'll fill out the form. But we're doing that to help educate our populace, to make sure they're knowing what to look for in a suspicious email. It's very important that we do that, because I'm just telling you, social engineering is the number one attack vector. They're looking, I hate to say this, but we're the lowest common denominator. They're looking at ways they can manipulate us, and they can pretend to be somebody else, act like they're one of our vendors, and there's an invoice, and there's a PO we need to pay, and all these things, and they're very crafty, and they're doing research online. They're finding out who are we doing business with. And so it's important that we stay security focused. And so I'm proposing that we add a security coordinator position to kind of round out our department. And if you turn to the next page, you'll see that. First of all, I've got two requests, really. One is a reclassification. We have somebody who, on their business cards, it says project manager. In their daily duties, they're a project manager. But they are still being paid at the scale of an information support specialist. We only have 3 information support specialists, but we're actually funded for 4, if that makes sense. So this person acting as a project manager, I'm asking that to be reclassified officially from information support specialist to project manager. And that would bump the pay, if on a new scale, I'll show you on another slide, from about $56,000 to $70,000. And that aligns with our current and future department goals, and it allows us to provide continued improvements and efficiencies. You would not believe the number of projects we have. You think, oh, we're just doing break fix. Somebody's got a printer issue. I would have never believed when I came to the city the number of huge projects we have, because there's technology everywhere. There's technology at the soccer complex. That parking lot is covered with security cameras. That fiber optic cable running to each one. There's a lot of technology in places you wouldn't expect it. So every new facility, every remodeled facility, that's a project. We're having to work with architects, mark up plans, and there's headaches all along the way. We're having to go out and kind of manage those subs. When we did the community center, those last couple months, we had people out there every day working with a low voltage cable company, working with the audio video company to make sure they were doing their job and make sure that, what they were getting paid for, they weren't missing things. So projects are something that you wouldn't believe, but we're very busy with those. So I propose that we reclassify that position formally. And then the next page is the actual new position, which is the security coordinator. And again, they would focus on vulnerability management, assisting with monitoring and investigating antivirus, email, phish alerts, supporting cybersecurity awareness training. And so the importance of this would enhance not only our ability to proactively mitigate risk, but it lets Brandon, our security manager, he can concentrate on more strategic development. We need to be looking at, one of the things that's going to be coming down, you'll see this very soon, Council, will be coming before you with a proposal for not just things to put in the handbook, but we're going to have a bunch of policies, cybersecurity-related technology policies. And there'll be kind of addendums. There will be some things that will need to go into the handbook, but there's going to be a lot of things, because we do things good at the city from a cybersecurity-related perspective, but we do it very informally. There's nothing to back it up. And so that's not a good thing, because if we're going to enforce something and say, if you don't do your cybersecurity training, then we'll disable your account and you won't be able to get to your email. Well, that needs to be in a policy, right? I can't just say that. I can't just dictate that. And you look at me funny, but we need to have some policies like that, in all honesty. It's not a big deal to watch literally a 3-minute video once a month. It's that short. They're so short, and there's like 2 questions. And it's just to keep that fresh in your mind. I'm not saying we would want to disable somebody's account in the next day, but like a month later, 2 months later, I mean, you've not done anything. And so I know that's a real simple example, but we have a lot of things we need policies written around. And we're working with a policy coach right now, and so that'll be coming soon. But that would allow Brandon to focus more on those kind of things. And then on the next slide, just a reiteration of the org chart, because that brings me to turn to the next slide. And that is kind of where we're at as a department from a salary perspective. We didn't have much time to get this ready. I mean, me and my crew, we did a ton of number crunching and getting out there online and trying to figure out what we could. But you'll see the Municipal League does a salary survey every year or two. You see that in that first column there. You see we tried to find some comparable places. The blanks mean that they don't have a title that was close enough. That's frustrating. One of the things I wish they would standardize these positions and these titles, because it's very difficult to kind of find apples to apples, but we worked diligently on that. And you'll see there we looked at North Little Rock, Bentonville, Rogers, Springdale. North Little Rock and Bentonville are smaller than us. Rogers is close. Springdale maybe just a little bit larger than us. But those were the ones we looked at. I took a mean average of those. Where we're currently at in those positions, it says Conway current and then Conway proposed. And so do with that what you will, council. You have time to ingest this, think about this. These are things we'll have to talk about with Tyler during our budget meetings and things. But this is something, I will say this. We've talked about, I think Joe Hopper mentioned private sector. The information security and information technology field is extremely competitive. Any of our staff, myself included, could go anywhere in the private sector and make a lot more money than we're making here. But here's the thing, we love our jobs. We like working for the city. We have a great team. We have great rapport. If you came to our department, it's a very good and healthy work environment. Our people are happy with their jobs, but I think we ought to take care of our people in the IT department, and to show that and put some kind of meat behind that. So that's just something to look at there. And then if you wanted to on the next slide, it just kind of shows, this is interesting. The red line is on this next slide is our current rate on all these different ones, like from director to project manager to the network manager, network coordinator, and all this information support specialist. The red line indicates where we're at now compared to the 75 percentile of from Municipal League, or the actual real 2024 salaries from these other cities. We're below on all those, except the network infrastructure manager is just like right where it needed to be. But of course, we're past 2024 now. If you turn to the next slide, that's what it would look like from the perspective of where we propose to be, where we'd like to be in 2026 going forward. The red line, again, indicates us. That's the proposal. And if you notice there, in every category, we're basically still right at the level or a little bit below the other cities. So I don't think it's a big ask, but it's something that we'd like definitely for your consideration. And then we'll turn to the last page there. And this is, again, I don't want to sugarcoat, hide anything. What we talked about this morning, if you look at those projects moving forward, that would equate to about $99,000. If you looked at new staffing with that new position reclassification salary increase, it'd be about $151,000. That'd be $250,000. And again, may not be possible, but we'd sure love your consideration in that. So that opens up. Do you have any questions for the IT department for the city of Conway?
Mr. McCoy, and this is my first time working through the budget with the city here. The Municipal League portion of the salaries and comparables, is that a survey that they have done?
Yes. I don't know how often they do that. Maybe
They
every year
do
or
it
two.
annually. Mhm.
Okay.
They
And
do
is
that
there
every year.
any, could I reach out to them, I guess, for the data and how they compiled that? Because, I mean, just matching it up with the other means, so they came up with different cities, and I'm just curious what
Yeah.
we're looking like at
What's
there,
interesting
so.
is you'll notice, let's say they categorize a lot of things together, like network manager, network administrator, system administrator. They realize that all these cities are naming things slightly different, so they're trying to put all those together. The only negative to that is they might categorize something in there that's really not the right job. It's just they grouped it in there because that was the best place to fit it. So that can throw off the number just a little bit from what I could tell looking on there. But if you'll look, for example, we're right on par for information support specialist if in the new proposed amount, and that would to match municipal league. We would be a little higher for the network coordinator and network manager. But again, those are things to be competitive and things I would just, again, encourage you to consider that. So any other questions for IT department?
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank y'all.
Next up is Sean Kennedy. I'm sorry.
Sorry, weird delay. Kevin, just a thank you, not a question.
Technology is growing, it's not going
away. It's one of the things, much like sanitation, that we don't say thank you enough when it goes wrong, only when it goes wrong. So I appreciate you guys attending my questions when it goes wrong, and thank you for all of your work when it goes right.
Yeah, thank you, Drew.
Mr. Kennedy, I did learn it. Mr. Ledbetter, did he say something about a pterodactyl bite? I didn't either. It was way over my head.
Just checking. Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning, council. Okay, so as you're all aware, the consolidation's a success at the Conway Emergency Operations Center. We've got countywide, almost the nationwide, countywide 911 calls coming in. I meant to bring some figures, but I left that at the office as far as the calls that we've started taking now. Total number. That would not have been possible without y'all's help and also the partnership we have with the Quorum Court and the county judge's office and the sheriff's office, as well as OEM. So I do want to take an opportunity to publicly thank all of y'all and them for the support that you've given us, both financially and just wishing us well, because it was quite an undertaking, but we did really well with that. We are currently we have 29 telecommunicator positions, with 28 of those currently filled. A lot of training is happening, and that's not just call intake, that's training on various positions. So you've got Faulkner County Sheriff's Office, you've got city law enforcement, you've got city fire, county fire, and when you talk about the difference between city fire and county fire, organization is a lot more sporadic. We have 21 volunteer fire departments that we dispatch for versus one city department with multiple stations. So there's a lot of varying opinions, a lot of varying processes that they have to learn. And I will say that they're doing a phenomenal job on getting all of that out there, taking the calls in and learning the various processes to get them out. Also, back in June, y'all approved funding for the new rig at the fire department, as well as radio system upgrade project. We have kicked that project off and have started the groundwork for that, waiting on detailed design review to come back, which we will have so many days to look at and approve. And then from that point, we'll start with getting all the materials and equipment ordered, and they'll start staging that in Lynchburg, Virginia. And from that point, once we get to the factory staging, we'll be getting really close. We expect to have the upgrade completed late 2026. Once we do that, once that system is approved, we will start our 1-year premium warranty and maintenance that is included in this project. Years 2 through 15 is what you'll see in your handout, is a maintenance service agreement that it's really a no-brainer. What we're doing is we're locking in today's prices with a budgetable annual cost that can be split up into however many payments you want to make a month or a year, 1 payment, 2 payments, 3 payments quarterly. And it's something that we can budget going years 2 through 15. Now that wouldn't start, no money would have to be paid until 2028, given the first year warranty and maintenance that we have with this project. The best part about it is it has planned network upgrades at year 7 and 14. So the work that went into getting this upgrade project done at year 8 of our current system is not going to be nearly the trouble it was. It'll be planned, it's already paid for, and it's at today's prices that we pay out over 15 years. So that's something I would like to bring to as part of 2026 is a plan there. One of the other important things that I've got is I want to reclassify that 29th telecommunicator position for 2 reasons. One, 29 makes an odd number and it doesn't really do very well for us with staffing. We have 4 shifts and you have a lead, plus you also have telecommunicators of various levels of experience. But one thing we have discovered is the IT department is phenomenal, but they're not always able to come when we need it. And that is definitely not any kind of negativity towards them. They're phenomenal, like I said, but they are extremely busy. One thing that would be good for us is to have a technical position in-house that can handle the basic things, things that are always breaking, that are really not worth IT's time. But on top of that, this person could be responsible for the radio system, the administration of that, programming radios, making sure that we have a clear plan and template for each department that we work with and support. And they would also be able to help with and the upgrades we have for AT&T's 911 call handling equipment, as well as our CAD system that police and fire use on a day-to-day basis. Other than that, let me back up. So the public safety systems technician that I'm proposing would definitely like to start it this year if it's available. That way I can at least start with the interviews and getting applications, because this is a very specific position. It's detailed, and you have to have certain certificates and at least experience to be able to come in and start running a radio system. So I want to make sure that I've got time to get that going, especially with us being in this upgrade project. I would like them to be part of that implementation. Also going to be asking for a couple vehicles. Right now we're using some 13-year-old pass-ons from the police department, some Dodge Avengers. They're not as good as the real Avengers, I promise you that. They're always going back to the shop for either brakes or tires, of course, oil and maintenance. But suspensions are not the best in them either. So one, they're not ours, they're police department. They've been gracious enough to let us use them this year as we're getting our feet wet with this new center. But being able to have our own vehicles for training, for emergency response, and you name it, getting around town, running the normal errands back and forth to City Hall, police department, fire department meetings as well. So other than that, I'm open to any questions.
One thing I would like to mention that the shale, the rock that surrounds the SEOC is shifting. We've been given a price of $300,000 to correct that. We need to do that before we have any damage to the structure, or hopefully no one will get hurt, is the main thing. But that does not include some of the same process we're going to have to do along Hogan Road. But that's something we've known for some time. And Sean, I want to tell you, I appreciate the job you've done. You've been tasked with a tremendous job getting this off the ground, and you and your personnel have done a great job.
I definitely couldn't have done it without the people I've got. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of experience in that building, a lot of new faces, but there's a lot of eager new faces as well. So
it's a high pressure place. It's a high pressure place to work.
Yes, sir.
Council, let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish with the last group. I think we can get it knocked out pretty quick.
Thank you, Council.
So I don't go into detail about that. Y'all heard about that. We need future project of addition for the police department. We've outgrown the police department. We've converted closets into offices, and we make do with what we can. So, but future that 1 to 2. So currently we have 1 civilian crime scene technician position, which is a long time coming. We've wanted that, and that just happened last week where she graduated from the crime scene technician school. So what we'd like to do is in the future increase that to at least 2, so the detectives, when they get a crime scene, they can focus on investigating that instead of processing the scene, which takes a lot of time. We started which y'all are aware of, the victim services coordinator position, who deals with victims of crimes and helps them through the process. We have a full-time position, and then I don't even want to call it a part-time position because she's actually the CID administration assistant, but she also does that part-time. But they've helped 508 crime victims this year alone. So in the future, we'd like to get a position for that. And then last, we talked about at the beginning of the year, and when I did the flock LPR cameras for across the city. And so we have 8 installed right now. We still have 12 waiting on DOT permits, and that's been the holdup. But I just did some checking, and then since just we've had the 8 this year, we've apprehended 2 wanted murder suspects from 2 different cities using those cameras. We've here recently apprehended a wanted fugitive by the marshals out of Oklahoma using those camera systems. And then just last week, we had a breaking and entering of a car. A gentleman, camera went off, went outside, saw a guy running from his car, got in a car and took off. He gave us a vague description of what he could get, or the best he could give. Looked at our camera system. We saw that car on there. So now we're working towards that to get the suspect. So the cameras are very instrumental to reducing crime. And so in the future, I'd like to add more to the city. As far as the 2026 budget, the police department's budget usually the same every year. The difference is you get some capital expenditures or request some capital expenditures, but mostly you're dealing with inflation. So like, for example, the software we use for investigations and everything else, from 2024 to 2025, it went up around $70,000. So you deal with a lot of inflation. One of our biggest overtime expense is overtime. And it's not necessarily just officers working overtime, it's providing security for Toad Suck, or just recently the fair parade and things like that. And that's around $400,000 a year. You get a lot of different entities throughout the city that ask for officers to come and provide security and safety. Another high request is our fuel budget. It goes up and down, just depends on what the fuel is. And we average, it's about $270,000 a year. So this year, as last year and usually every year, we're requesting vehicles to get to that cycle once. However, I will say this, is we had the meeting with the enterprise fleet. So depending on where we are with that, may not have to ask for vehicles. I anticipate, the vehicles will level out once you can, get rid of some of your older vehicles. I mean, I actually have a vehicle that has 200,000 miles on it, and it's a school resource vehicle. So, but that, and, usually I try to ask for 1 or 2 officer positions a year. Right now we have openings, and we're testing, and, we don't fill all of them at one time. So we try to get the best of who we can get and the best of the best. And so if that means we have 10 openings and we test and we fill 4 slots, and so be it, and then we test again. So that's it.
Quick question on the police department building being at full capacity. I won't hold you to this, but what likely is the best remedy? Adding on to that building, buying another building near it, somewhere else?
So when talking to the city engineers, because I absolutely know nothing about that, the best would be to add an additional structure, like where our parking lot is. And this is just what we talked about, kind of make it ground level parking, but then build an additional 2-story there. So we've talked about that, but yeah, they said it would be way more expensive to try to add like a 3rd story.
Any other questions of the chief?
people an opportunity to make that happen in November.
Yes. That's why I very fast will.
Mr. Finkenbeiner?
This is not, I'm good, chief, I'm good. I just wanted to build on something that the chief said as far as the flock cameras. There was a hit and run incident that occurred this past week, and thanks to his detectives in those cameras, the suspect was identified and will be charged, and it's not the first time it's happened. And those kinds of crimes happen way too often, and it's the broken windows theory that I think the chief is really implementing, and that is you attack the low-level crimes, you stop a lot of the high-level crimes. So a lot of the things that he's doing, his department's doing, you really can't put it into hard numbers, and that's a critical resource. And the other thing I would mention on the officer staffing, and this goes back to me creating more work, we don't do as many plea bargains as we probably could, and what that means for chief's officers is they spend a lot more time in court testifying at trial. And that time has to be made up somewhere. And I know that they're in court a lot with us, with my prosecutors, and that has an impact on his ability to put people out on the street.
So it's kind of a technical question. If the public safety sales tax pass, it's for capital purchases for public safety, right? Would this lease program qualify?
I'd want to look at it closely, but I believe that it would. I believe that it would be considered a capital improvement. That I don't know
I
what
mean,
the,
I just don't know about
I don't know the
the
lease
definition of
terms.
capital purchase.
Yeah, I don't know
Are we
the
talking
lease
about the
terms.
vehicles?
Yeah.
So from my understanding, I was at the meeting, but obviously the gentleman can speak to better. It's whatever contract you do. So if like they outfitted 5 police cars for us and however much that costs, but we do it for a 3-year contract. Then when we return those, whatever they sell them for above Blue Book value, that money, so let's say it was just hypothetically, we sell it for 30,000, or Blue Book's 30,000, but they sell it for 40, 10,000, that would go into an account for us to use for more vehicles.
So in a way, we kind of hold the value a little bit
Yes.
there. Okay. I was just, and again, that's a very technical question. That it's one of those kind of unforeseen circumstances of moving to a lease agreement versus purchasing outright. So that's all.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank
you. Next up, Chief Winter, Fire Department.
And we'll just have to change the source. Right now, it's on the PC in the back.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, Mayor, thank you for the break. Probably heard me say before that the mind can only absorb what the butt can endure. So I appreciate that. The two things we're going to talk about in general are what we're currently looking at, and then the future, what we're looking at. I've talked to you guys before about our apparatus need. The reason I handed that stuff out is in case you need to make notes to go home and think about some of this stuff. But anyway, You can see our apparatus issues. We have been fortunate. We received engine 2 this year. It is in service. We put the new truck 1 in service this week. Engine 3 is now in town. Hopefully in the next 4 to 6 weeks, we will be able to get it in service. Engine 6 was due to be replaced in '23. Engine 1, truck 5 were due to be replaced last year. Rescue 1 next year. You all have heard me say that the manufacturer is 4 to 5 years out from the date of ordering. I know that is something they are working on, is to increase that or decrease that delay time. However, just do the simple math. For engine 6, you're looking at 16, 17 years old if we were to order it today.
Say that again.
It would be 16 to 17 years old if we were to order it today, because it's already 12 years old. Station 8, Station 9, that's with the growth of the city, the annexation of the city, our response times in these areas are lacking. When I say south, southwest, we're kind of looking Impey Trail, Round Mountain, somewhere in that area as the annexation grows, the population grows in that area. Station 9 out by the airport. You've heard me talk about those before. This is also something that we've been asking for. Our radios are done. We can't get replacement parts for them anymore. 1.7, 1.8 million there. Our SCBA replacements, we were approved in the budget for this year to purchase 25 of the 80. However, we can't use them until we get them all. So I would prefer to make one purchase, and we've got about 2 years left now before the ones we have are done. Now, those 3 things I just mentioned, the sales tax that y'all have put on the ballot in November for capital expenditures, that could certainly be, these issues could be addressed if that passes, if that quarter-cent passes. If it doesn't, we're right back here with these issues. Now, let's move on to the big stuff. 3 topics here. With our future, we're looking at overtime, personnel, and salary. Our overtime in '23 and in '24 was $100,000 each year. This year, it got bumped back up to $250,000. Out of that $250,000, or added to that $250,000, we received a reimbursement check for deployment from '24. That reimbursement check was $82,000. That brought us up to just under $350,000. So if we look at our overtime budget where we currently are, we have just about a quarter of our overtime budget left. That included that additional $82,000. So, and we did do without 2 classes this year. One of them is a Swiftwater class, which that's part of our special rescue team. The water rescues are the busiest part of that team. But we missed out on getting guys recertified in that class. And we also had a search and rescue class that we typically try and get guys trained in that we missed out on also, just due to the budget constraints. And that's some of the areas that we address with overtime, training and programs and development, officer development, things like that. Okay. Personnel, you guys have heard a lot about our personnel issues. I want to give you a stat that you probably don't know. 94% of the time, we are running units with just 2 firefighters. 94% of the time. Up there in that top left-hand category, it's recommended 1.8 firefighters per 1,000 citizens. You do that math on the citizen population of 70,711. I got that off. It said that was Conway's population in 2024. So you do the math, that comes up with 127 firefighters. We do have 113 certified. 11 of those are staff personnel, includes myself. We have 102 currently online. So by doing that math, you're looking at, we're 25 firefighters behind just on the national average. So when we look at dollar signs, a 3-man minimum on each unit, that would require us hiring 15 firefighters. You're looking at a cost of a little over $1 million. If you want to bump that to 4 firefighters per unit, you're looking at $1.6 million. Going to have to hire 24 firefighters. So there's another option that I'll throw up here. One of the advantages of this option is less wear and tear on our apparatus. It would be purchasing 3 pickup trucks, Tahoes, something of that nature, to be just to respond to EMS calls within the city. That doesn't mean they're going to take all the EMS calls by any means, but that would require hiring 18 firefighters for $1.2 million. Now, one of the disadvantages of this is it does not necessarily get more firefighters to the scene. These trucks could be out on calls. They're not responding immediately with the engines, with the apparatus. So that's one of the disadvantages of running this route. Mid-year, this council did a salary adjustment. And what I've got up here and what you have in your hand includes that salary adjustment. We want to compare to North Little Rock. This is the best comparison we can do. As you've heard, it's hard to look and compare apples to apples from fire department to fire department. This, like I said, again, this includes the mid-year adjustment that y'all did in July. And you can see in red where we stand. So it was asked in July, what's it going to take? What's it going to take to get the firefighters where they need to be? Well, I would love to for the firefighters to make what North Little Rock makes. I also understand that our general fund is not near as big as North Little Rock's general fund. I have said if we can get close, I think we could keep our firefighters. This proposed salary grid gets us close. And that's why I gave it to you in handout form, so you can analyze this, look at it. This gets us really close. Now, this gets us close today. It's my understanding that North Little Rock is in talks for an 8 to 10% raise in January. So this gets us close today. Y'all wanted some hard numbers. Y'all wanted some hard numbers. All right, if you go with 3-man minimum, the salary is $2.4 million. Mid-year, y'all voted not to do longevity. You would wait until October to see if the money had come in through taxes. If you add longevity, you're looking at $2.5 million to get the salary to the proposed level and 3-man minimum on each unit. Should you go with the 4 firefighter on each unit, the total with longevity is $3.1 million. The other option I threw out there was the EMS trucks. But if you'll look, there's about $3,000 difference between 4 firefighters per unit or running the EMS trucks. There's your hard numbers. Now, as any good steward of the public's money brings you a problem, I'll bring you a possible solution, or at least something that will help. I've mentioned this before, business license. You know, we're the largest city in the state that does not have business license. For the fire department, it's about life safety. I've told you stories before. It happened just a couple of months ago. Pre-fire planning, went into a local business, and they had set up occupancy in that business. Not allowed. And we're certainly not looking for an occupant at 2 o'clock in the morning when we've got smoke and fire exiting the building. They're not supposed to be there. Business license, now we know. So I had a meeting with the mayor and Ms. Felicia a few weeks ago. I was given permission to look into business license. This is not a presentation on business license. I just want to put it out there. What we're looking at, and we kind of looked at Cabot because it is very simple, very easy, and it's an employee-based system. That's what they charge. They charge from $75 up to $600, depending on the number of employees. Numerous different ways you can look at this. If you went off strictly what Cabot charges for their business license, if we charge the same, we could generate at least $800,000 a year, just off of a minimum business license. Now, again, life safety is what we look for. And not only would it benefit the fire department, it benefits the police department also to have this. We want to know who's doing business in our city, and we want to know what business they're doing. But again, should we get to continue to pursue this, I personally think it would be up to the council, should it be adopted, to set the rates. I don't believe that that's our job. And lastly, ambulance service. You can see the total of what it's going to cost. That is for 6 full-time ambulances and 2 reserve ambulances. That is included in that total there. What is not included in that total is the medic pay. We currently pay medics $4,000 a year above their base salary. I think Pafford starts them off at $75,000 right out of school, and it goes up from there. Should we go the medic route, I would prefer they be firefighter medics so they can help on scene. This also does not include what it would cost for us to stand up a billing department, all the additional software that we would have to purchase, nor the emergency medical dispatching that we would have to hire, train, and put in place. Should, best case scenario, should the mayor, council wave a green flag right now, at best, you're looking at 18 months. And I really don't even think that that's possible to get this up and running. 5.9 million plus medic pay, probably 2 years is what it would take to recoup that and start.
Looks like you're talking about having 8 ambulances.
6 full-time and 2 standbys, what I heard.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
And that's
And that
because
would be the 8, that's
the
right.
state law says if you have an ambulance go out of service, you have to have one stand up in its place within 24 hours. Okay. In Conway, they're in Central, Station 2, Station 4, Station 6. They have a station right beside Station 6. So they have 5 that they're running ALS. They have, of course, they cover with the county ambulances also can come into the city. They're running BLS units, and then they run transfer units. So I would think, I think they've got at least 10 in the city. But I'm not sure that they're running 24 hours, though. I think they're running 5 24-hour ambulances. And then, again, they bring in the ones in the county to cover the city when they're all wrapped up.
And for those that are watching at home, ALS is advanced life support, BLS is basic life support, then your transport units. I think transport is pretty much where you make your money, isn't it, Mike?
It is. Yes, transfers. That's all pre-approved prior to picking up the patient.
How long before?
Once we started turning the wheels, probably within 2 years, that would be paid off. That capital outlay could be paid off, and you would start to see a profit.
I think we would need to have discussions with Faulkner County before.
Oh, absolutely.
Did anything
Yes.
like that,
Yes.
because they are dependent on Pafford as well.
Yes,
And so,
I agree. So, again, going back to July, when Alderman Grimes made the presentation of the committee, what they had come up with the pay adjustment, it was asked, well, what are the numbers? Where do we need to be? Now have the numbers, hard numbers in hand of what it would take, 3 different options to look at. That's personnel and salary. Are there any other questions?
I got one, it's probably a dumb question, but I'm sorry, that's me. Not to one priority smaller than the other one, which would you rather address first? They increase, both of them are very, but had to do it. Our department wanted it. I think both of them is what we need. That's first.
2 weeks ago, I made the statement that if we don't pay them, we're not going to keep them. Unfortunately, we had a fatality. I've since changed my mind. I think the safety, and I do not believe that the citizens are in jeopardy, but to efficiently and more effectively complete our job tasks.
Not just the citizens, that's in armor in jeopardy too, when
Yes.
they don't have backup. That's why I was just asking.
No, and don't get me wrong, Alderman, the firefighters are going to do, they're going to do the
Understand.
job at all costs. That's what they're here. That's what their job is. That's who they are. So yes, more personnel. You know, if one of those options was 4 firefighters per unit, you know, that's NFPA standard is 4 firefighters per unit. So I'd love to have that. When Mayor was chief, we had one-man companies, and he was able to bring it from one-man companies to 2-man companies, and then he got a couple of 3-man companies, if not more, before he retired, and it's just continuing to build on that. You know, if we could get 3 men across the board, 3 firefighters across the board permanently on each apparatus, to me, that's the progressive next step.
That's what I was hearing you saying, that we don't even have the 3, and on 2 mostly.
94% of the time, we're running
That's what
2-man
I was
units.
concerned about. I mean, everybody needs more money, but when you question, safety means a lot to you, not just the people you're going to help. I was asking what priority would be extra person first. Not that we couldn't try to do both of them. I mean, just would be.
Yep, that's it. And that's why I've given you hard numbers, you know, salary and personnel, and possible ways to contribute to the fund, you know, to fund all this.
Mike, what was the total number to bring us up to this?
So,
No, to bring our pay up to North Little Rock.
I got this.
yes. I think it's 1.3 million, 1.3 something million. That's just the pay.
I'm sure, and I appreciate you for getting this together and giving us a destination. There, figure around. My feelings is get the pay up there, and we need to get the 3 men firefighters per truck before we move on forward. It's still a place we want to reach. We're going to spread that out. I know we can't do it all in one budget next year, I'm sure. I have to work out, pay there and get the men there, firefighters there, as soon as possible, if that makes any sense.
Come up with a plan. Yes, sir.
Other question. This last. Are we having enough people applying for the job?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we're testing again first part of October. Now, Sorry, Chief. When 30 years ago, when I got hired, I think there were 250 of us tested for the positions. Today, we get 50 show up to test, 40 to 50. But they're still getting them.
Counselor, I got folks at home texting me asking if you'd pull your mics down, all of us. These are good numbers, Mike. Thank you. Any other questions for the chief? Hey, counsel, I have asked Brian Smith to give you a presentation. He has given it to myself and Mr. Ledbetter and Mr. Grimes. Brian is a certified senior HR professional with over 35 years' experience in HR. He retired as Human Services, Director of Human Services for Little Rock Power Pool, I think, or is it Southwest Power Pool, Brian?
Southwest.
Southwest Power. He facilitated, led, and oversaw multiple company-wide compensation surveys with third-party vendors like Towers, Watson, and Mercer. He developed and implemented compensation strategies and plans at the corporate level, and he developed and delivered compensation training for board members, C-level officers, management, and frontline employees. Brian and I have been friends since we were little boys. We were in each other's wedding. I don't know who dressed him this morning, but I'm going to say Mary did.
Many of you know my wife, so. So I don't know if I'm last on the agenda, but there's nothing like
No,
being
you're not.
last.
You're
But
not last.
I will be quick here. I will just reiterate that what Bart just said. He called me a couple months ago maybe and asked me if I could look at some of the numbers for the firefighter pay. And because there had been there's a lot of questions, as you know, about looking at the pay compared to other cities and also to North Little Rock. And so as he challenged me with that, we came up with some objectives, and I just want to talk about those. So my objective was to provide an unbiased analysis of City of Conway firefighter pay. And full transparency, my son is a firefighter. My wife is a former council member, but I, as a career, have been unbiased in my profession, and I felt I could look at the numbers and report them as they are. And I used the data that provided by the Municipal League, and I also had specific data, detailed data on North Little Rock's pay. And really the challenge is, and I could see right away from looking at the information, is we needed to have an apples to apples comparison. Because the way that Conway calculates their pay is different than the other cities, and I'll explain that in a minute. Also, just look for areas of improvement and provide some recommendations for next step. So just a real brief methodology. I analyzed key data points with some very detailed data from North Little Rock that was provided by city staff, and I had the Municipal League data as well. And I really just looked at the base salary, scheduled hours, overtime hours, and holiday pay, and followed basic compensation principles by matching job roles to job roles and using market data. I will have a few assumptions that I made that the data was current, which I used the most recent at that time, AML data. And some of the cities have made changes since that time, so that might be, as I think the chief alluded to, that's an ongoing thing, that the salaries will change over time. I did not obtain all the same data points from all the cities. I had detailed data from North Little Rock, but the Municipal League data just doesn't have all the detail that you would need to do a complete compensation survey analysis. I did not perform analysis of total compensation. You've heard many, I've been here all morning, so I've heard many of the department heads talk about the great benefits Conway provides and other things that go into total compensation. I did not look at total compensation, which includes bonuses, incentives, things like that. Just looked at those 4 areas that I just previously mentioned. And I'm acknowledging that this is accurate, based on the information I had, a deeper dive would be needed to look at total compensation across all cities. So from that, I really want to just talk about three key findings that I made and presented this recently to the chief and some staff. So Conway includes overtime and holiday pay in their base salary, while other cities do not. And that's what creates an apples and oranges situation. I believe there was a council subcommittee or a citizen committee that was put together to look at some of that data. And what happens on that, if you look at the Municipal League survey, the data that Conway submitted as their base pay has the overtime and their holiday pay baked into that. But other cities don't do that. So when you looked at Conway's base salary with North Little Rock or any other cities of similar size, it would not be a similar number. It creates confusion. I think that's a part of the problem with the misunderstanding of it's hard to explain. It's hard to compare our salaries to other cities because of that. And it also results, I've got some points I'll make on some other slides that will hopefully clear that up some, but it results in having to back into the actual base pay. And it could be calculating some overtime incorrectly. So here's this is off the website for Rogers Fire Department. The data that you'll see me compare to the Municipal League data were those cities that participated that have a population of 45,000 or more. And this is their website, and I'll just call you to that bottom box there. I kind of enlarged it there, but it clearly says there that their starting pay is $44,700. It does not include scheduled overtime or experience pay. So when you looked at Conway's data, it already had that baked in there. Another example, this is North Little Rock's pay as well. I zoomed in on this, but it shows their base pay, their holiday pay, there's longevity pay. They get a food allowance of $2,100 a year. So I did not include that, and they don't include it in their base salary. So I've got some slides that I made some comparisons, and I'll walk you through those. And it's kind of what Chief already said. So the first, if you look at the top table there's Conway, North Little Rock, and the Municipal League average. So that's the average of those cities that participated with 45,000 or more. And that was like Fort Smith, Bentonville, North Little Rock, Springdale. Rogers participated in some, but not all. So you see the base salary as indicated is $47,663 for Conway, North Little Rock's $42,000. The Municipal League overall average was $43,000, which you would look at that and say, well, we're doing better than them. But if you look at the next column where it says scheduled overtime, that's included in Conway's number. The holiday pay is included in Conway's number, so the total salary is still the same. But if you look at North Little Rock and the Municipal League average, you add in their overtime, you add in their holiday pay, and then we're below the average. And those differences are on North Little Rock, in this example, is 2.3%. The overall average for the Municipal League numbers was 4.1%. And what you'll see on these next few slides is, and I think it was inferred today or even brought up, is starting out, the pay is, I would say, competitive if you're 3 or 4%, 2 or 3%. But as the higher up in rank you go, you'll see bigger differences. And that leads to the situation of people work here maybe 4 or 5 years, and then they can see they can go somewhere else and make more money. So the advanced firefighter at Conway is $53,614. That includes overtime and holiday pay. When you go to North Little Rock, it's $61,000 as a base, $25,000 for overtime, $6,000 for holiday, and that gets it up to $70,000 as their total salary, which is a 31% difference. And then if you aggregate the average from the municipal league towns, it's 18%. I've got a few more of these. There's an engineer. You'll see the Conway and North Little Rock. The reason I don't have more data on the municipal league is municipal league did not separate out by senior engineer or engineer 2, 3, or 4, whatever those numbers are. But if you look at engineer basic for North Little Rock, we're 29% below that. If you look at the senior engineer, it's 17%. And again, that's confusion when you say our base salary is this, and they say their base salary is that, but it includes, theirs has additional overtime and holiday on top of that. Senior captain, differences on both are about 10%. Battalion chief, 13, 14% difference, and that's on the short side. And you look at the assistant fire chief, it's 25% different from the North Little Rock, 16% difference from the average. And fire chief, if you look at their base salaries, I know that North Little Rock has several incentives that they pay in addition to their base salary. So the chief is, 25%, 26% short of North Little Rock's average, and 19 as an aggregate. Any questions on that? Let's have a few more slides. I've got 3 findings. Second finding is that the annual hours worked component is not consistent with other cities. Conway calculates that the firemen work 3,023 hours annually. Other cities calculate 2,920. It's not a point that we need to belabor. The important thing is that the annual pay is still the same. It just changes your hourly rate. But I do recommend, that'll be one of my recommendations, is that we use the 2920, and here's the formula that the other departments use, is there's 24 hours in a day, 365 days in a year. So there's 8,760 hours to be worked. Most departments have 3 shifts, and so they use the 2920 as the number that they would pay their staff. And so that's the hours worked if you worked your scheduled overtime and you worked your scheduled hours. So I recommend that we do that, move to that, because that it creates, again, brings it more to apples. And then finally, I think, it's not easily explained or understood, and it's especially if you've got, people that think they understand compensation and frankly don't. So transparency is key, I think. And I think if people can, if they understand what they're looking at and you can explain it to them, then I think that fosters trust and confidence. So those are the 3 findings. I have a few recommendations. I think we discontinue the practice of including overtime and holiday pay in base salary and just state the true base salary and then show that as you're also, if you work your normal shifts, you'll get additional, you'll get overtime and holiday pay. Use the 2920 hours worked formula. This is kind of like number 1, but make sure you establish the true base rate and you can clearly calculate your overtime hours by that number. I really think it's important to have a compensation philosophy, and it's a very common practice for corporate America to have that, and I've got a sample of one. But it's important to say, this is how we're going to pay our people, and that's what guides you. And Mr. Ledbetter, your comments about, which do we do first, or maybe that was Mr. Jones, but if you have the defined philosophy, then it's not any one individual saying, we don't need to do that. It's the driving force behind what y'all have established, is these are the things that are important to us. Could have taken this one out. When I presented to Bart, I said, I recommend that you get with HR, finance, fire chief, and the council, and we've done all those things now. I would strongly encourage continuing to participate in the municipal league surveys. I think it's great data. And then finally, I think it would behoove, and it would be part of the compensation philosophy, but you conduct a complete analysis of compensation. I think I've heard every department head say that they feel that they're behind. And the municipal league data has other employees other than the fire and police also. So that data is available. And then I would mix in the total compensation aspect of that as well. Because you can say typically at least 40% of your base pay is what you're paying for their benefits or more. It could be higher than that. And then finally, last slide, this is just a sample philosophy. I can email it to you. You don't have to read all of that, but it's, the first paragraph saying, look, we're going to pay people fairly. Regardless of any protected class. The second paragraph says we're going to participate in annual surveys. So that's a key question is, how do you know you're competitive? Well, you have to do surveys to find that out. And then the last paragraph, I think you can establish to say, I worked for several large companies and none of them said we're going to be the highest paid company out there. But none of them said we're going to be the lowest paid company either. So you establish a range that says we want to be within a certain percent of the average. It could be above or below or right at it, but it gives you something to shoot for. And I've also worked for companies that we went a year we didn't get raises. I worked for a company where everybody took a 5% pay cut. So it's absolutely economics and finance and revenue-based. It's a component, but you've got, I think if you have a plan, or this helps you make a plan, if you have a philosophy that says our intention is, and you can tell every employee that, you can tell every citizen, this is our philosophy. We want to be competitive, and then you create a plan that helps you do that. So I'm through preaching. I'll take any questions and I'll step away. Yes, sir.
And I've been taking pictures of your slides, and I really appreciate this. This is great. Is there any way that you could email those to us? Or?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll get I guess your addresses are on the website or something. I'll get those to you. Or maybe I can send them to the mayor and I'll get them to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brian. Any more questions, Mr. Smith? Thank you, Brian. Next up, let's see. Mr. Hawkins will start, and then Miss Mabry Williams will follow.
Mabry Williams will go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. We spoke. My bad, Andy. Yep, Miss Mabry Williams. I looked at the Arkansas score, Andy. It kind of threw me a little bit.
It's all right.
What did it look like?
28-10 Arkansas. Second quarter.
8-17.
Okay.
Just updated.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been my honor to be the HR director here since 2003. I've seen our employees increase from about 325 people to over 700. And I shout out to the other half of the HR department. I couldn't do it without him. We have two people, and we've had two people all along. Our benefits are a big portion of our employees' compensation. That's what makes them want to stay here. We're never going to meet the salaries in the private sector, but we can make our benefits competitive. They absolutely love our current health insurance. We've had it since 2020. It's a Cadillac plan. They have $20 copays for primary care, $40 copays for specialists. Everything goes toward the maximum out of pocket. Prescription copays, office copays, co-insurance, all of that counts toward their maximum out of pocket. They can use Baptist, Conway Regional, Arkansas Heart, Ortho Arkansas, all the clinics in Conway. And then they can also use the hospitals in Little Rock, Baptist, St. Vincent's, UAMS, Children's, Carti. Our employees really like this insurance. We had a plan that is rich before in 2019, and they just love this. We have self-service portals. They have immediate access to claims, coverage, and deductible tracking, transparency without relying on us to tell them what's going on with their claims. They can go online and look. The city, it's a big part of their compensation. This year, at first we thought Blue Cross Blue Shield Health Advantage was not going to offer this plan for 2026, but they came back and said, we're going to offer it again. And they came back to me and they are offering a rate hold for our medical and dental insurance if we do not put an RFP out, which is tremendous right now. The average increase is around 5%, not marketplace, just regular private insurance. And this will have no impact on our budget if we go this route. If we had approximately a 5% increase, it'd be $274,000 more for next year's health insurance. Our employees love the insurance. It's great. If we switch plans, prescriptions that they have pre-authorization on may not be covered. If they're going through a health crisis, their doctors may not be in the new networks. Everything I hear from our employees is they want to keep this insurance. And I would ask you to please consider keeping it for our employees because it's a large part of their compensation. Can I answer any questions?
Have this in writing.
I beg your pardon?
Dual offer, it's in writing.
Yes, sir, I have it.
Any questions, Ms. May Williams?
More of a comment. I appreciate what you just said. Thank you for all the information. That a no increase is always a good thing. That's very good. The last time you said that this is a large part of their compensation, and you're correct. And it goes back to what Mr. Smith talked about, putting out a total compensation statement to let people know what their total package is worth because, and different things mean different things to different people. If you are healthy and don't need health insurance, you probably rather have a raise. If you have a family, you need health insurance, you might rather have better health insurance benefits. So we just need to put out there what everything is so everybody knows where everything is. And again, it goes with what Mr. Smith was talking about. This has been brought up before, but many, many times, I can't remember the last time we did not do this, when there have been annual health insurance increases, the city has eaten all or most of those as opposed to passing them on, which is a wonderful benefit to the employees. And I'm glad we do it. But that, in a sense, is a raise that's not a raise given to certain employees, but not all. So it needs to be understood that we have increased the compensation of some employees by offsetting the increase in health insurance over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. Thank you, Ms. May Williams. Mr. Hawkins.
Should be good.
Should be good to go. I'll tell you what, if you'll just let me hit it, will it reach over here? They know me as dial-up at my office. There you go. Which indicates my level. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Andy Hawkins, 405 Louise Lane, Conway, Arkansas. And the first thing I want to say is that the reason that Health Advantage talked about moving out of this market, heard this from a Blue Cross and Blue Shield employee at a meeting who stood up in front of about 200 people last week and said, we lost $232 million last year. I don't know how many people could stand a $232 million loss. He didn't say what was going on this year, but he did say that they're having some issues. So, with that in mind, let's talk about an option. Let's talk about a partially self-funded health insurance option for the city of Conway. First of all, there are two ways to do health insurance for your organization. One is a fully funded insurance plan where the carrier, the insurance carrier, in this case, Health Advantage, assumes all of the risk and they set the premiums. The other way to do it is with a partially self-funded insurance plan where the employer, the city of Conway, accepts a risk to a certain point, potentially reducing the cost of the program. Hit a wrong button, so I'll be right back to you. If you have a health insurance plan that's costing $8 million or $7 million or $6 million or whatever that number happens to be, if you're fully insured like we are now, and like Ms. Mabry Williams is proposing that we continue, we're going to spend that $8 million or $7 million or $6 million or whatever that number happens to be. However, under a partially self-funded plan, we'll budget for that $8 million or $7 million or $6 million or whatever that number happens to be. And any number that we don't spend of that portion of that $8, $7, or $6 million stays with the city of Conway. So the benefits are cost control. We pay for only claims insured plus the claims administration, and we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. It's transparent. It's detailed reporting on claims and usage on a weekly basis, so we can get information to you on a weekly basis as to what's going on. It's a customized plan designed to meet the employee's needs, and it retains unused funds instead of paying flat premiums. Now, I have been very happy to hear all morning about people liking the coverage that we have, because congratulations, our coverage can remain exactly the same with exactly what Ms. Mabry Williams said. They can go online and they can check deductibles. They can check all of those things so we can have exactly the same plan that we have right now. It's just a little wrapped up a little bit different. Now let's talk about two components. I'm going to grab my water. Talk about two components go into a self-funded program, and it's called stop-loss insurance. Stop-loss insurance protects the city of Conway, the employer, by capping liabilities. There are two levels of stop-loss coverage. One is specific stop-loss, and that limits the claims for an individual that the city will be the city will be responsible for paying. These limits come in deductibles of $50,000, $75,000, $100,000, $125,000, $150,000. And that's for an individual claim. So Mark Ledbetter works for the city, let's say. And he has a situation that arises, and it takes several surgeries to perform to get Mark's situation straightened out. And he runs up $125,000 of medical bills. If during that time we have a $50,000 spec deductible, is what it's called, specific loss, that's a spec deductible. If we have a $75,000 deductible limit and Mark's claims are $125,000, guess what happens? The city gets a check back on a reinsurance carrier for $50,000 to cover those claims. On an aggregate stop-loss claim, this includes everybody that's in the city of Conway that's participating in the program. I think Ms. Mabry Williams' number was over 700 employees. And we have a limit of coverage for our aggregate for all of these claims. Anything above that limit is paid at 100%. So we know what our total out-of-pocket claim situation is going to be. Now here's how. Cost components are stop-loss premiums, and you'll see that listed in the orange part of the circle. It's approximately 20% of your total of your health insurance cost. Administrative fees paid to the third-party administrator to pay for reinsurance coverage is 10% approximately, could be 8, could be 12. And then that leaves us 70% of our dollars that are paid into the plan to pay for actual claims. Now let's talk about a situation. If we use that $8 million number, and you can do it with 7 and you can do it with 6 or 5 or whatever our number happens to be, the partially self-funded plan would include a $1.6 million cost for stop-loss insurance, reinsurance, and $800,000 for the third-party administrator to pay the claims that adjudicates the claims. The remaining portion of that $8 million, or $5.6 million, covers expected medical claims in the insured plan, and the savings then occur if actual claims are less than $5.6 million. And any claims money that is unused remains in the city's budget. What does a third-party administrator do? Third-party administrator processes the claims. All the claims that are sent in to the TPA. They process the claims. They negotiate what the actual cost of the claim is going to be. They might get a bill, or we might get a bill for a $5,000 procedure that the third-party administrator will negotiate down to $3,500. So we've saved $1,500 on that claim already. And you take that out over the course of 12 months and 700 employees, that's a tremendous amount of savings that's possible. The TPA ensures compliance with all regulations, both state and federal, and it provides employee support services very much the same as Ms. Mabry Williams has already pointed out that we get with our current carrier. Now, a proposal. What does a proposal for this type of coverage look like? It's going to be a sheet that's going to have all kind of numbers on it, but there are two numbers in particular that we want to zero in on. One is expected value in dollars of all cost. And this includes the third-party administration, the reinsurance insurance coverage, and the payment of the claims. We'll have that number in what we expect our cost will be. And then we will have a maximum value in the dollars of all of our costs. So all of our costs will be added together with the third-party administrator, with the reinsurance coverage, and we'll have a maximum number. My clients, I have clients that do this several different ways. They will take the expected number and they'll take the maximum value number. They'll add those two together and divide that by 2 and then pick a number somewhere either just above or just below that. And that's what they fund their health insurance plan to. How does it work? Tyler Winningham's going to write a check each month, one check a month to the third-party administrator for administrative services and for reinsurance. Then medical claims are paid on a weekly basis. We will get a claims report that will say these claims were turned in to be paid. It will show the amount of the claim that was actually billed, and then it will show the negotiated cost of the claim, which in most cases is a reduced cost, and that saves money to the plan. And the balance of those numbers, if you add those two numbers together, the check written to the TPA and the checks written for the claims, the balance stays in our bottom line budget. Because we're gonna budget a number every month, and we're gonna put that number into a line item in our budget to pay claims with. Getting close to the end. I have one client that we have verifiable $4 million savings over the last 4.5 years. The blue line is what that particular business funded their health insurance plan to. The red line is the amount of claims and the administration of those claims and the premium. And the green line is the actual savings. So in 2021, the savings was just a touch over $1 million. In 2022, it was just under $1 million. In 2023, it was right at $1 million. In 24, a little different, we saved about $700 on that. And through 8 months of this year, we're on pace to save about $500,000 over what was budgeted for a particular client. So to address some common concerns, claims are managed with stop-loss coverage, a specific deductible and an aggregate deductible. The employer risk is controlled by setting those stop-loss limits. The administrative complexity is taken out of the equation. It is simplified by the third-party administrator involvement. And the compliance is handled by the TPA, ensuring that we adhere to all state and federal reporting regulations. The highlights of the plan: potential savings, transparency and flexibility, risk management with stop loss and through the third-party administrator, and knowledge of the health group. And it's pretty simple from here. We gather information to formulate a plan. We schedule a consultation to discuss customization of the plan, and we review tailored projections for the city of Conway. I'm offended that this group has tried to hold our feet to the fire by saying, you don't put this out and we'll keep the price the same. That offends me. Especially for somebody that's in the financial bind that they are in. Can I answer any questions about any of this? Would you? Yes, sir.
Your example with Mr. Ledbetter, let's say he does have a $125,000 bill. Do you know what his out-of-pocket would be currently versus?
His out-of-pocket, we can set it up exactly like it is right now.
Okay.
So if there's a $500 deductible, a $250 deductible, his deductible is going to be what he's going to pay.
Okay.
And that's all there is to it.
Okay.
I mean, the plan is going to be exactly, or could be. I've heard department head after department head stand up here and say, we love our insurance. Great. Let's keep what you got. And the only difference is the card that you carry in your pocket, that you take and you give to your doctor, to your hospital, whoever you happen to be dealing with. Did that answer your question?
I have a question, Mr. Hawkins. Let's say my Dexcom that I wear for my diabetes. You said you have a third-party negotiator or that like negotiates prices with the hospital. It may not be $5,000, maybe $3,500 instead of $5,000. Okay, if my doctor prescribes this for me and it's going to cost, we'll say $5,000, or is this third-party negotiator going to say, we're going to pay $3,500, you're going to have to come up with $1,500 yourself?
How's it handled right now?
20%.
That's what if that's what we decide to keep, then that's what it would cost going forward.
Okay.
So like I'm saying, we can make this no change. We can plagiarize all day long.
Any other questions, Mr. Hawkins?
Yeah, a couple of comments and questions.
Sure.
I have been involved, not to nearly the degree that you have, in a few of these things, and they can and do work very well in most instances. They work great. It's the trend of where larger groups are going for a lot of reasons. You described some of those reasons, but it's where it's moving towards. In your example there, the group you said you had verified cost savings of $4 million over a certain time period. I'm assuming what that does is that not only helps you keep your yearly increases low, you may even be able to decrease your premiums if you have enough surplus built up. I mean, that's theoretically possible, right?
Sure, sure.
The money you say, if your fund, if the fund you have, again, gross amount, you could, in theory, and flip-flop, if it's too low, you raise it. Insurance premium, that's how insurance works. If you don't have enough, you raise them. If you have enough, you can, in theory, lower them. The one question, in this scenario, the reinsurance company, on $8 million of total premium, you said they get 20%, $1.6 million. If 1 year we have a really, really bad loss ratio and they pay out $2.6 million, what's that going to do next year to them and what they charge us for reinsurance?
David, that's a great question. It's going to do exactly the same thing that it's going to do to us if we're fully funded. Because if that situation occurs, guess what? It's going up
either
fully
way.
funded. It's going up partially
either
self-funded.
way.
So it's going to go up either way.
I just want to make it clear that the reinsurance company is not, they're the ultimate backstop, but they're not there to absorb sustained losses either.
That's correct.
They will price accordingly to make sure they are profitable. But again, in that scenario, it's going to go up either way you go.
That's correct. That's correct.
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I worked for Faulkner County for about 12 years, and they're self-insured or partially self-insured. And that was some of the best insurance I've ever had. And all the employees over there were, heard any complaints about it. Worked out well for me. I don't know how long they've been doing that, but that was my experience with it.
The majority of the large employers in Conway have their health insurance partially self-funded. The majority of them. Any other questions? Spencer?
What do you project our savings to be? I mean, you
Can't project it without information. But we'd be happy to project it with information.
When are we supposed to vote on this? Is this today thing or later on?
This would be part
No,
of the
this,
budget,
no votes
wouldn't it?
today.
It'd be part of the budget, but now time-wise, it's got to be fairly quick because Lisa one, because we're October 1, we got to pull the trigger, or November 1? Yeah, because if, let's say we go with the self-funding, then they have to be able to get all the information, and if we go with RFQs, we still got to get the information out so that everyone that wants to bid on it will have the opportunity to bid. So these are one of the things that we probably need to be ready to make a decision on next council meeting. I'm gonna say it's pretty close, or by the last meeting in October, we need to know something.
not Tuesday, but.
What do you think, Felicia? Lisa?
And that offends me. For a company that's lost $232 million, that tells me they're trying to save as many clients as they can to stay in business, which means we're going to be in the exact same place next year, the exact same place. And it might not take a year. It might be less than that, and we might have to be doing this July 1st again.
Well, I think what we heard today from a number of the department heads, I think if it can stay from the employee side of the house, exactly what they're getting now, because I think this goes back to some concerns and issues we had a number of years ago with the Arkansas Municipal League's system. Remember that was,
It was his mid-July.
Yeah.
Or his first of July every year.
that was one that there were a lot of issues from the employee's perspective. And I think that's where we're getting, they don't want to lose what they have.
Yeah.
And
If the information is provided, and if we can get that to our underwriters to let them take a look at it, I anticipate that we will be within 10% on our max number, maybe 15% on the max number. The expected number will be something lower than that, and our budget number will be in the middle of that. I don't think we're going to pay any more. If if we are given good information. And that's the key to this whole thing. We can't do it without good information.
Let me ask this question. You may not legally be able to answer this. I don't know. Over the last, how long has the county been self-insured?
10 years, 10 years.
10 years? In that 10-year time, roughly, how many increases have they had?
Increases, I can get that number for you.
Okay.
I can get that.
Didn't know if you could
number
answer
for
that or not.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's stayed relatively flat over the last, I think there was 1 year, there was a bump over the last 5 years. But I can get that number for you if I can get them to say that it's okay to share it with you.
Okay, fair enough.
I would have to get their okay to do that.
So, Mr. Hawkins, do you think, and this is big industry-wide, not us in particular, you know, given overall the insurance company we're with now lost so much, that they're making this offer to us because we're one of the clients for whom they did not lose a lot?
Well,
I'm just, I'm
That's
just.
a fair assumption.
yeah, that's a pretty
I just
fair
wanna-
assumption.
Right.
If I'm,
So
a-
does that imply some budgetary cost savings potentially for us if we go to self-insured or partially self-insured?
It
You
would,
see what I
it would
mean?
indicate, here's what I know about the health insurance industry. The health insurance industry, if you get a 0 increase, that's because they made so much money on you. They can't look you in the face and say, I'm sorry, but we made too much money on y'all. You get a 0 increase this year. I've done this long enough. I know what I'm talking
That's why I wanted to
Yeah,
kind of,
yeah.
talking big industry-wide.
Again, we'll sum this up, wrap this up, but
Yeah.
it's basically, and there's no guarantees in this world, but it's basically a way for the city to share on the upside, with minimal risk on the downside. Currently, the insurance company gets the upside, the excess money in the loss fund, they keep for profit. If there's losses, excess losses, they're gonna raise our rate. If we have excess losses, we're gonna raise our rate. So on the back end, it's the same. It's just who shares on the good side of it.
That's right. One other thing, David, that's a great point. The raise in the cost is only of that 20% piece of the pie. It's not on the whole thing for next year. It's just on that 20% piece. So if you're raising that 20% piece, which is a little slice, and you have a good year the next year, you're back in the driver's seat again. But I can take the upside risk out. The downside is what we keep. It's pretty simple to me. And can we use that money for things? Maybe we save so much money that we want to give a $500 bonus to every one of our people at the end of the year. Saying.
So we would have to add it to the agenda Tuesday?
Yes. Okay, all right. Any other questions, Mr. Hawkins? Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity.
And last and certainly least, Mr. Winningham.
Sir?
Funny man.
You know, I'll kind of stick up for Spencer a little bit. He kicked us off when he talked for 30 minutes, but he covered 3 departments.
3 departments, yeah.
And finance covers all departments, so I can have us out of here by 4 o'clock easy. Is that,
Today or tomorrow?
is that good with everybody?
Is that 4 o'clock today or 4 o'clock?
Today.
Oh, okay.
Today, yes, sir. We won't be sleeping here. I don't have a whole lot of information for you, but I can tell you what I do know. Next week, we'll get our September sales tax numbers. So that'll give us 3 full quarters, and that's when I will first start looking at making sales tax and revenue projections. So everything we've heard today is on the expense side. I can't really give you a whole lot on the revenue side yet. But for For 2025, we budgeted a 3% increase in sales tax revenue. I don't see us hitting that number.
Not,
No, sir. I don't see us hitting that number. Right now, we're basically, before next week's number, we're basically flat. We're up about 0.2%. If we were up 3% each month for the rest of the year, we're going to be up 1.2. If somehow we're up 6% each month the rest of the year, we're going to be up 2.2. So it's possible that we can hit that budget number, but I wouldn't call it likely. We went several years with a budget philosophy of doing flat on sales tax, and not necessarily a flat budget, but we would budget flat based on the prior year's actual collections. So that's what we meant by that. I'm going to propose we go back to that, because this year budgeting that 3% has not been pleasant. I'm going to propose we go back to budgeting a flat number based on the prior year's actual collections. As far as the expense side goes, general fund wide, we've got a couple big things coming up. We've got this loan we took out this year for the fire apparatus and the emergency equipment. Payment on that next year is going to be somewhere between $900,000 and $1 million out of the general fund that we've not had before. Now, if the new sales tax passes and the council wishes, I think we would be within our right and within the laws to use part of that revenue to make this payment. Or if the council wished to only use the new revenue for new projects, that's totally up to the body. But without help, that's going to be a $900,000 to $1 million hit to the general fund budget right off the bat. The other big thing is, Jake mentioned earlier with the airport, the $600,000 loan is due next year. And the airport fund itself doesn't have the money to pay it. I think their balance right now is a little over $400,000. And we certainly don't want to completely wipe them out. So the general fund is on the hook for that, more or less. So you're looking at, roughly 1.6 million, and that's 2026. Once we pay off the airport loan, it's paid off. We've got 5 years of hurt on paying the apparatus and the emergency equipment loan, and then that'll be done. But the next 5 years, that's going to be an extra challenge that we deal with. We heard most every department talk about issues with employee pay. It's to be seen whether or not we can address that. If we don't address the specifics that our department has asked for, and we only do a 3% COLA across the board, that's going to cost the general fund about $1.2 million in 2026. The other thing that's been mentioned is the Enterprise Fleet Vehicle Program, and Shelley had a couple questions on that. I'll hit that a little bit. That's been kind of my pet project, so to speak. So what they do, it's Enterprise. It's the same company that has the building out here on Oak Street that rents cars, but they also have a part of the company that does fleet vehicle programs. It's kind of a neat thing. So what you do is and they call it, I forget the specific terminology, but it's something, it's an open-ended lease is kind of what they call it. So you get vehicles, and then we'll have somebody assigned to us from the company that'll help us analyze the right time to get rid of those vehicles. But they take those back from us and then sell them back into the market. And Enterprise, being the huge company they are, they've got a huge resource of buyers. So when you factor in the cost that we can get vehicles for being a government, and then keeping those vehicles 1 to 3 years, and then selling that back into the retail market, so to speak, they've seen examples where you can sell a vehicle back for more money than what you paid for it. And so not to get into too much of the weeds of it, it is kind of like Chief Harris mentioned. If we have a vehicle and our cost was X and we can sell it back for slightly above X, whatever above X is, we get to keep and apply that to the next vehicle we buy. So the other two big things to consider there is hopefully our vehicle maintenance goes down, because we're driving 3-year and newer vehicles. So we're not doing transmissions, we're not doing other large repairs. We're just doing oil changes and maybe a set of tires, depending on how much they get driven. And then our city fleet is just in a much better overall position than driving 10 to 15-year-old pickup. And they can do almost any vehicle. They can do emergency outfitted vehicles. They can do police cruisers. So we've got a few department heads that are on board with us to kind of try the program out. And we're going to get numbers from them here in the next week or so as to what that could look like for us. And then it'll be a contract, a lease agreement that we sign with them. So there'll be more information coming back to you on that as we go. But hopefully that's a program we can take advantage of and help ourselves in multiple areas.
So that might add smaller amounts to every budget every year.
Correct.
But not the big hits were.
Right. It's similar to the program that Kevin was talking about with the computers. Instead of buying a computer and in 3 years that
have to buy a
computer
whole
being
bunch more.
obsolete and we put it on Gov Deals and get $10 for it, the leasing company is more on the hook for that risk part of it as to, all right, here's this computer back and we get a brand new one, and then we pay a smaller
Right.
projectable amount.
And so should the public safety sales tax pass, that would free up those funds potentially for bigger capital projects than
Right.
just purchasing vehicles every
Right. And I don't think that lease program for vehicles will qualify for the new sales tax money. That's going to be more of a lease expense based on how the program is.
We still have that smaller existing sales tax for police vehicles?
4%, yes, ma'am.
So would that qualify for this? Can we
Yes.
use that for that? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
We could kind of feed that in to our budget, like
Right.
if we
Yeah.
move to the lease.
That
For
quarter
just
cent,
police. Yeah.
that quarter-cent sales tax, through the action of voters through the years, became a quarter-cent general tax. So that one can be spent however the council wishes. That's all I've got, Mayor. Unless anybody has
More
anything.
questions, Mr. Winningham?
You bet. We beat 4 o'clock by a good bit.
We need to stay to
Don't
4
make it.
o'clock since you finished, or can we?
I'm gonna head to the house. If,
At least you and Shawana only missed y'all's time frame by 2 hours.
Yeah. Had me driving back like a madman.
Time limitation.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'm trying to get it because she said, I get you.